is in session. The Honorable Michael Lewis Sager presiding. You may be seated.
Good morning. We are on the record in file 24-21841-FC, People of the State of Michigan versus Dale Warner. And we are at this point prepared to resume with trial. We did have a discussion in the jury room. I think there are some additional exhibits that the parties have stipulated to. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Your Honor. I believe we would stipulate to exhibits 23 and 24, and exhibits 26 through 59, and exhibit 149.
And 206, I believe.
And 206.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you give me those numbers one more time?
Yes, 23 and 24, 26 through 59, 149, and 206.
Okay. All right. The other issue that came to my attention, and I'd like to just address members of the gallery that are here, is that I'm going to ask you during testimony, during the playing of videos, all of that kind of thing, not to nod your head in agreement or disagreement with anything that you're seeing or hearing on the witness stand or in the videos or anything else really. It can theoretically be seen as communicating information to the jurors in an inappropriate manner because it's not coming from testimony from the witness stand. So if it becomes an issue, that is the type of thing that can result in me asking someone to be removed from the courtroom. And so I just want to make sure that that does not become an issue as we go forward. Is there anything else that we need to address on the record before we bring our jury back?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, I would like to make sure that I'm connected and straight.
Okay, go ahead. I don't have, do you have anything that's plugged into the HDMI?
I do have the HDMI plugged in. It's not registering.
Try unplugging it and plugging it back in, see if that helps. Because if you're plugged in, it should automatically just take over. There you go.
Would you like me to have the witness brought in and back on the stand since he was in testimony?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Thank you so much.
You can go ahead and sit down. All right, we are ready for the jury.
be seated.
All right, and sir, I'll swear you in again, so if you could raise your hand, you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Just want to ask you 2 follow-up questions before we move on to your next body camera.
Okay.
On the 429, we showed a photograph of you in the spray barn. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you described a safe that you observed in there.
Yes,
Do you remember that safe?
I do.
Can you tell me approximately what size that safe was?
Yeah, I'd say approximately like 4 foot by 5 foot.
Okay.
as far as
And
height.
when you were on the property on the 29th, do you remember if you guys seized the surveillance footage from the Munger farm?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know how that was done at all?
To my recollection, we contacted their IT person. I think his name was Kyle.
Okay.
And he came on site and helped us disconnect the wiring and take what we needed to take.
Okay. And then the next time you went back to the Munger farm, do you recall what date that was?
It's been May 3rd.
All right. And at this time, I'm going to play Exhibit 219. That would be the body-worn camera from that day.
Oh, hello. You losing weight yet? Yeah. Oh, you do that, that's fine. He's got the work boots. Like, literally. Tell someone the other day. Answer a couple of your questions that you had asked before, and I think you probably already had the answers already. I recorded them myself, so I'm you get the two answers you wanted, the phone number and the license plate. The license plate I didn't, the phone number I figured out. Yeah, I got both of those for you. I flew them out and why we're paying the bill on the cell phone. Comes back here, so you know that. All right. Yeah. Yeah. G-I-A-T-A. J, oh, that's what it is, Jada. Oh, that makes sense. And then the second one, license plate, total legit, it is, Joseph Luzier. L-O-Z-I-E-R. I think you don't even worry about this. I called the guy talking today, he's an old guy. So what he is Hardy's. I know at Hardy's house. And he drove slow by it. Brand new truck, didn't want to get dirty, you know, muddy. He goes by slow, and what's funny, he turned, what's he driving, I turned around back this way. He said he's going to go visit him, and then for whatever he didn't end up seeing him or whatever. But I said he doesn't know you guys. He knows your wife. Because he didn't even drive. He drove here, leaves the driveway, turned in, back up, and back. It wasn't like he went down the road. Oh, I'm not going to see Greg come back. That's why he threw some flags. No, I mean, it was like somebody stalking him, trying to buy him. He said he didn't know anything about this interview today. I did it today. He said he had no clue that she's missing. So, yeah. I do know the family. He says my wife, she has to open mouth right now, which I know you know this by now. Everybody, you know, what's going on. Yep. And then a search of roughly 40 people, 35 to 40, you know, family members or whatever. They asked me if it was okay. I said, as long as you guys got legal permission from people and you want to search, you're like, oh, so I'm fine with that. We can, half-ass for what's worth, or like some people are like, oh, why wasn't, Dale involved? Well, Dale's with his daughter at the soccer, and at this point, it's important that you are with your daughter to give her support. So, I mean, almost everything I'm looking at, I'm going both ways, I'm total open mind. I'm looking at, why are you? Because that makes sense. But then you look at the other things too, so I've done that way with the soil investigation. Before we, go further, do you have anything for us right now?
I did have a bunch of questions, but I got to write stuff down. Because you go through your head and you have all these questions, and now you're here, now I'm drunk for the morning. Hey, I'm just like,
Same way.
Fire from the hip. So when we're talking, if that remembers, fire right away. We're gonna go easy. And what we will do too is I'll go back and try to answer some more stuff for you. So what we did that day. So thank you for everything. Same thing like that. Vehicle swap. You know how I laughed and forgot to do that. He did it. Well, he's like, I didn't know you said you had Kevin and whatever. So we have that. I have one of our girls, the same one that took your cell phone in her own bag. She is going to go to the state police lab tomorrow with the blood. Hopefully, this lady hasn't come
oh, I
back.
haven't turned it in yet.
I haven't.
I think it's
Our process. It's weird though. I mean, I was there. It makes almost no sense. I'm a farm boy, I'm a hunter, and it made no sense. I mean, there wasn't a burr on the metal door.
We're looking for something to catch on.
Yeah, it wasn't that. Also, same thing. You go underneath your barn. The woodchuck normally has his little belly rub marks. It's not there. Nothing. It just.
He's a very smart man. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, but we just don't know. So, but we have processes, so it takes a little while. Girl, hopefully we'll do it tomorrow. I'm waiting for the state police lab to call me back to see if they'll even take it. If you don't have a crime, a lot of times they won't take stuff if you don't have a crime.
What have we done with the iPad? No.
So your phone turned back, and I haven't seen any results other than the guy telling me, hey, Finley? That's it. But you caught that before I even, I'm gonna let you talk, but you caught it before I even got to you, so that's perfect that you did it first. So,
What I got?
put down credit card on it.
All these credit cards she's got. She went to the credit cards, she got these two. Sweet. These two are in the
I think so.
These two are in the caddy.
And my partner said they went through the vehicle and said there's credit cards in there.
I mean, I've never
Yeah,
seen,
he took pictures of it.
I've never seen this one. It says it's the Alex American Express, but it says Macy's. This is our second card, that's, and then the Cabela's card's mine, which I think these were in the Cadillac, I think, after they went through it again, just trying to figure out.
Right.
And I mean, I'm trying to make sense of any of this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like I said last time, when you're this comes about 100 times. It's all. I mean, we got 3 businesses together, stress levels high this time of year, obviously. It's words get thrown, she takes out those Zach's house, big deal.
Right.
This time,
Now, what,
like that.
what exactly do you think makes this time different? What happened leading up to this that might have set her off over the edge?
I don't understand it at all, other than the COVID. She's not been right since COVID. I mean, mentally, she just has been
Right.
very unstable. I mean, I don't know, I'm just completely puzzled. She just wasn't herself. The 3 weeks she had COVID, 2 weeks she was on it, she never left the couch, I mean, for like 2 weeks. I'm like, damn, that's not like, and I felt like shit, tired. I just kept going outside, just kept working. I personally, I don't know if the difference is just keep going and getting fresh air. If she stayed in the house, and everybody deals with, everybody's body is different.
Sure.
I mean, I'm exposed to all kinds of chemicals in the barn and dust, and
You should be the
I
one.
mean, I was all
Yeah.
pumping anhydrous. I mean, my lungs feel burnt because I breathe a bunch of it in.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah. And I have it's kind of a doing thing, and I personally haven't heard that, and I know, it does things, but I haven't heard of more, really just changes into a temporary, but,
Well, I know that he wants to keep
Right.
Yeah.
To answer your question, you just started with the iPad, actually your phone, I was going back with it, I can't look at anything, I just got audibly from that guy saying, hey, did he say anything about family, and that's it, that's literally the only thing I have. I know my partner brought it back, and I don't even know, you don't even know if he brought back the thumb drive, so normally what happens, you do the phone, and he gives us a thumb drive with it, so you get the phone, we get the thumb drive, and we have it. My partner hasn't said nothing, I don't want to say my partner, that's detective board, no, that's detective board, I have two detective partners. You'll probably hear me call him my partner because we're working together. My other partners, Dale and the other one are just doing stuff that we're kind of throwing at them. So the iPad, at that time, we did go on Friday, so the Friday's my day off. Detective Ward took it to Monroe and dropped it off. That wasn't as pressing to us as the phone originally, so I don't post that.
Okay, I was curious. I was curious. I know Zach was saying some charges came up.
Yep, which was a positive one until the fact that he told you.
He came back to the office when we were going over to the office, and shit, it's a monthly
Right,
charge.
yeah, automatic withdrawal, or whatever charge that you think. The other one was Amazon for $64 or something, I think is the other one, and I
Still don't figure out what it is.
I did give that, I haven't. He writes the deal, so I will send it to Dale, give him that credit card number, so Dale has it, and he has to search one on that account. Sent that to me. Yeah, send it to him, so we do that real quick. Before I go into something else.
Okay, yeah, absolutely here. So, at this point, being this far out of things here from the day she's gone, it's been over a week here, so now we're really just kind of back to square one, right? Trying to figure it out. So, going back, to me, the biggest thing that's standing out, and I'm sure to you as well, you said she's left like 100 and some, times, and that happens. That's, some women are like that, I get that. But this time she hasn't done anything with your daughter. Didn't take your daughter, didn't have any contact, no goodbye, no, nothing of the sort.
I wasn't in here when she eventually left. I was still over checking cattle, so I don't know what kind of, if it was out of the normal embrace with my daughter before she left.
Sure.
I just imagine it was a normal.
Well, why you got that? We'll go over it. I mean, again, I'm going to stuff back at you as well. I appreciate you still being great with us, so we'll do everything.
Why don't we find out why?
Yeah, you've been saying something, so we're happy with it.
This is really.
To answer that though, the hug, I'll jump ahead, maybe if that's the case. You were here when your daughter left, is my understanding. So Amy, whether you know her, maybe or not, no, because Amy is here. Amy's the one that came and Bill's girlfriend. She said, I didn't throw people on. She said she's here. Because of course, we're going to interview them and say, hey, what the heck? She said she was here. Your daughter was in the vehicle when you pulled in. So what are you? It's dark time, 9 o'clock.
Maybe we passed.
Good. So she
Amy and I weren't in the house when I came in because I was going to check the cattle over time.
Well, we'll give it to you. I mean, I'm straightforward. Well, so Amy said she watched the hug, and we'll get enough. We have basically two main things that kind of happen at this point. But she watches the hug, and it's not like I never going to see you again. Dad, screw you. I'm depressed. I'm taking off. Amy said it was just us leaving. This is us asking, hey, what happened or whatever. So she gave a regular hug. By the way, it was just a regular hug. It wasn't a serious hug. It was a regular hug.
She said that she's upset. What did she say?
She did say she was upset. She said she's upset. She said she's going to talk to you tonight about, things, whatever us sell things. Well, I mean, no, sell things.
Sell things, yeah.
Yeah. So did you guys have that conversation that night?
No.
She didn't say anything about selling.
Well, she tried to start an argument about it. I said, no, we're not going to argue tonight, Pete.
What was she going to argue about? Did she get that?
She wanted to, because of Terry, she had that altercation with Terry.
Yeah.
And they went over it, and she kept saying, you won't back me up. You won't back me up. Nobody cares. And this is one you know you were in the wrong, and you want us to agree with you. And I says, we're not going to argue tonight. because it gets us nowhere. It doesn't. You push my button, I said, well, I'm going to. And she kept persistent, and nobody cared about her, and you know, why getting back up with Terry and Todd, and Terry quit. I said, we're not going to argue. It's not. We're on the subject of Terry. We're not going to jump off. And she did bring up, oh, let's just sell everything. I said, it's not your decision to sell everything. This is our business.
Right.
And you're upset. Why are you going to?
Right.
Until she said about selling anything, I never heard this conversation in like 2-3 weeks or longer. This conversation never came up until she's at the soccer game and she's calling out on the phone, and she calls me and says, just out of the blue, I'm telling all the help that she's on Xanax. You I never talked about Xanax to anyone.
Sure.
And she just wouldn't listen, or she would not let me get a word. She just was convinced that's how it was. She says, we're just selling it. With the phone, I never heard from her again until I walked in that night.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
that happened before some Saturday night. That was like Saturday afternoon.
that was about Saturday at 11 o'clock, because she was at my daughter's soccer. We were putting her out over there in the morning, and when I left, she said her soccer game was at 9. So if I look back through my phone, it seems like I called her about 9:30 and asked her how the game was going. And she said, oh, it's not, excuse me, it's not till 11. I'm sorry, I screwed up. It's not at 9:30, or it wasn't at 9.
Yep.
So I did talk to her once before.
Yep. Okay.
She went to the game, and then she called me. I thought she was calling me while something was going on at the game, Ansley made a score or something was good, and then she just went off that, why am I telling people she's on Xanax to help? And she got into it with Terry, and we're done, we're selling everything. That was the end of the conversation. And I never seen her or talked to her. I mean, I tried calling her a couple times, and she wouldn't answer her phone. And I tried, I think I tried calling Zach, and he wouldn't answer his phone. So I was like, what the hell's going on, Zach? You know, I don't know what's going on. But he didn't answer his phone. So then it was, I think what time I got home that night. Because I ended up with the title in, and me and Todd went to the film, picked that truck up, and got back. And then 8:30. At the time we were on the phone, I mean,
Roughly, she says he says pick up the kids or whatever. Yeah, you're right.
and then, you know, I come in, I kept asking her, because I knew she didn't eat anything. I says, you want me to make you something to eat? Did I ever? I said, I'll make you something to eat. You need to eat. She didn't want anything, And she kept wanting to talk about Terry and how I don't back her up. And I said, I can't back up. When he leaves here, it's his own personal thing. You can't control that. And that's what he wanted. So we go there. It has to be when we're, I mean, that's when I talk to Craig.
Right.
Just don't escalate the arguments. And
Right.
then she started getting her migraine. She took medication, and she started to calm down. I told her to lay on the floor, so I rubbed her back. And then she says, I'm hungry. So I made some toast. She got up and she bought some breakfast, some burritos. I guess it's a burrito thing in town or someplace that day. They were in the fridge, and she got one off of half one cup for both of us. And when I sat down, she ate. I don't know what happened, but the part that she warmed up, feeling better. No. And we're watching TV, and she's looking up this way, and TV's over here. So I knew she couldn't see, and her speech was slurred because she saw. She took that. I said, lay down, rub your back, and start getting calmed down. And she didn't want to. Then she finally lay down and rubbed her back, and that's when she finally started calming down. And she started to go to sleep, and I helped her get on the couch. And she was sleeping good and hard, and I'm thinking that's like midnight, 1 o'clock. And then I went and got to bed. And then,
And you went there after that?
yeah, I went probably 1 o'clock. I got a drink, and I was picked up, food and stuff was out. Went in, laid down, went to bed. Well, I had to take a shower yet. So I took a shower, went in, went to bed. Got up roughly around 6 o'clock. I never hear nothing all night, so I figured, she'd sleep, the dogs weren't barking.
What time roughly did you go to bed? Now you're cleaning up.
I was thinking it was about 1 to 2 o'clock when I finally went to bed.
Yeah.
Midnight, 1 o'clock, so when she got time to sleep, I came in, picked the stuff up, I washed this, just threw stuff away, went into a quick shower, got in bed, brushed my teeth, and when I got sliding door here, and went out. And I come back in because I forgot something. I got it back out, got the loader, I came around the building this way, went back, got some chemical, went back. Oh, and I mixed up the batch, and I think I forgot some other chemicals, so I was on the loader again, come up front, got another box, another one, went back loaded. And I went down to Leroy's, it was probably,
It's pretty damn good.
well, I just went to Leroy's, I loaded chemical, sprayed 10 or 13 acres, come back, loaded up again. I texted her when I can't remember if I texted her when I was loading or when I answered my phone. Well, you see it here. 7:45, I texted her, that was when I loaded up, was heading out the second. I'm going to be spraying, call you later. This was 7:45, and she didn't answer. So I figured she's still sleeping. Then I went over to Brooks Road, I sprayed off the 65 acres there, and I had some walking out with Brooklyn. And I can't remember if when I finished at that field, if I called her or texted her, and I said, "Are you up yet? Is your migraine better?" And I didn't hear anything back because I figured, well, she must be still sleeping. And that's when I got over in Brooklyn and I was spraying for my uncle. That's when Stephanie called me and said, "What's going on? Where's Dee?" And I'm like, "This is weird that Stephanie's calling me because Stephanie's employee at the office. Why would she call me on Sunday morning over where Dee's at?" So she says, "No, Raquel's there," and says she can't find her mom. I says, "Okay, I'm in Brooklyn spraying." I hang up with Stephanie and I instantly call Raquel. I had to call her 3 times before she answered the phone, so I don't know if she's calling her other brothers and sisters trying to find out where she's at or what. And I finally got her home and she says, "I can't find Mom." I said, "Well, she's sleeping on the couch." "No, she's not here." I said, "Well, she probably went to town or what's up?" "No, she's not here. Both vehicles are here." That's weird. I'm just spraying Brooklyn. I'll be home half an hour, 45 minutes. When I get back, I'm going to come in the house and I asked Raquel. Well, first I came in the back door. I was opening up the garage door, look, car right there, okay. I walk in, I went back to the bedroom, and I looked in there, curling iron, the hair dryer, and the makeup bags missing. When I walked in the door, she has 2 bags that set at the end of our bed. They're both gone. I think, well, what does that cost? So I think I'm going to Raquel's. The bag are gone, he went to Raquel's. She's like, "No, Zach says she's not there." And I said, "Well, I don't know Zach, that's where she was going."
Right.
And then it went out. I went back out. And I went around to the office and Zach was out there. I think Raquel wasn't there, but this Zach was out in the office. And we walked into the office and he was going into the camera system to see if we could see anybody drove around. And he went through it. There wasn't anything on the cameras other than, there's not a lot. It doesn't pick up anything. I mean, you could see me on the loader crowd, and you could see me out here in the motor going around. That was all after the fact.
Do you remember, did you come up to the front door with the little beer? Your hot dog jumping up on here or somebody? I thought I heard something here, not just a dog. Oh, you know, yeah. Okay, we heard that. Got it.
No, we went out to the office, and you were out looking at security cameras when I went out there, right? When I first came back? It was
I knew, like, right over here.
out here.
We walked out.
I don't remember walking down, but when you said we walked down. But we went in. Had you been looking at the cameras before that then?
I didn't get on them at that point yet, no.
Yeah, I thought you were looking at it. Then you started looking at it when you got in there?
When we got in there, yes.
Okay. To see where it was at, and then we walked back into the office, and that's when I looked down after we walked into the far side, you weren't talking about it, and that's when I looked down at my desk and I see my ring set. Oh, shit. So then he looked.
And she's never done
That, no, she's never done that. She's through that house before. She's always picking back up or not, so she's never left it. So after that, he looked down there and they couldn't see anything, and the rest of the kids showed up. And I said, "Well, we can't really do much. This is not something that's not." And I kept asking Zach, "Are you sure she's not at your house?"
Are you sure? Because Saturday when she was upset, he wouldn't answer his phone. And that's usually the normal is, well, okay, mom's upset, Zach won't answer his phone because she's at his house. So I wasn't that real concerned until probably Tuesday, Wednesday, and then it started sinking in like, hey, something's off. I mean, I was concerned because she's never left Angelina ever. You know, well, Angelina is the one.
Right. And but there's a detail, so we've been over that, so it's
I mean, that's where I'm at. It's just baffled.
So, real quick, can you describe what Dee and your guys' daughter's relationship is? Would you say, Angelina? Would you kind of go over that real quick?
It'd be like a love-hate relationship, or how would you say?
Really?
I mean, well,
I mean,
it's she loves her daughter and will give her anything there is that she wants. But then when Angelina doesn't want to go out and do her chicken chores or doesn't want to do her chores, she'll, why don't you do this? You're going to get grounded. You're going to get this. Well, 5 minutes later, she's got the cookie she wanted, and mom's spoiled her. I mean, every day when they leave school, she goes by and gets an ice cream when they go to Panera every day. And it's like, hey, you can't do this. You can't treat her like this and expect her to listen and do things for you. So, I mean, in the mornings, getting ready for school, they have, that's where I say the hate relationship, I shouldn't say that, is where the confrontation is with her and mom. She's always asking Angelina to get ready. Like, it's the typical 9-year-old when he got out of bed. She's got to get up at 7, so she can leave here by 7:30. Angelina's rolling out of bed at 20 after 7. You know, her mom's screaming, get ready, and, you know, use the facts for you, and that. But, I mean, it's just typical. I mean, she loves her daughter to death, so why would she?
right. She more mother or is she more best friend?
Best friend.
Best friend. That's a pretty young age to be best friend.
It's definitely best friend. They are. But, I mean, how do you differentiate best friend and mother when you're, she's the baby at night because she's the baby, so her is
The only one with you two together. That same question, I'm going to have the same question to you and Angelina. Relationship, how would you?
we have a good relationship. It's just I'm not here that much. I mean,
You're just a hard worker, bring it home on time.
I'm outside all the time. I mean, when she goes out, we only see the garden and stuff we got downstairs. We started transplants and we do the stuff outside. But as far as, well, just like, you know, this week when he's been gone, it's been hell. I don't have any schedule for school. I don't know if she's supposed to be a soccer. I don't know if she's supposed to be pure gymnastics instead of a bitch.
Good news is, you know, that's nice they kind of bitch, so you know, help with looking one because he was a soccer game, so
Yeah,
kudos to that.
games
He's
and
playing
it's
once, good.
But I mean,
Spend time with her, that's good.
it's just, I don't, this morning was really horrible. What do you tell your daughter?
Right.
I should have said, oh, these here.
She's still finding questions or what she's saying.
Well, she's picking up stuff for Mother's Day. Mother's Day's this weekend. I'll get this tomorrow. I'll get this today.
Yeah, that's true. So,
Sorry, it's a strong. Hopefully, it's a strong one. I mean,
Yeah.
hopefully, that's strong. Not these like
Full of problems. I mean,
Right.
so we're getting stuff from mom. We're getting everything here from Mother's Day. So.
good. Okay. And then going back to that kind of dispute you guys had on Saturday night, right? So you guys were arguing. She's trying to get you to argue. She was upset. The whole Terry and Terry thing was going on, or Terry and Todd. And so she had tension. She was upset. She was trying to get after you for it. You didn't want to
get into the whole mix.
Yep.
It's like,
So how would you rate that night as far as you guys been married 20-some years? You've gotten in plenty of fights, I'm sure. On a scale of the 10 being the worst fight you've ever had,
it was
one being
number 5.
Okay.
I mean, we've had a lot worse fights. I mean, just screaming, hollering at each other. But I mean, that was back before we started seeing the counselor.
Right.
And, you know, here, well, both of us the last couple of years have been trying harder to listen to what he says because, you know, if I say something, you escalate. If she says something, you escalate.
Sure.
You know, we've always tried to keep the other one from escalating. I mean, she was upset, but it wasn't
That's what's weird. It wasn't like the worst fight we've ever had. It's like just a mediocre. It was over a freaking employee.
Right.
And she's like,
Right.
we're gonna sell everything. I'm like, no, Reed. No, we're not.
Well, that's
You're arguing
what
over an employee.
yeah.
So how did an employee get this worked up?
Right.
That's what.
There's clearly a piece missing, right? Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
if
what did she not tell me? Did the Terry woman, did they get into something that she didn't say about? Or is there something, I don't, there's more to it than,
right. Obviously, there's
Because it
something
wasn't-
more.
you know, if it'd been like our worst fight ever, it was so far from that, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and that'd be kind of understandable. If she had her ring on your desk on Sunday morning, that'd be understandable. She was trying to walk away.
It's like,
Yeah, absolutely. I get that.
Walk in and
The fact that it's a 5 and she's not going to say anything to her daughter,
Yeah.
her vehicles are all here.
somebody picks her up.
That's weird.
And the bags are gone.
Yeah,
It's like,
absolutely. That's that's a good word for it.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't get it.
So, let's see where else. Going kind of in the same thing here. So, for hotels in the area, has Dee ever, for any reason, stayed in any hotels that would be somewhat local, Washtenaw, Jackson?
She was in these hotels, it's so far below her class.
I figured that. So, I was thinking like maybe Ann Arbor would be the closest.
Ann Arbor would be
5-star.
maybe. She likes the Weathers. The Weathers are state of Weathers.
Okay.
We've stayed up to the casino hotels before in Mount Pleasant. The hotel around here, she wouldn't be caught like that.
Right.
Get away. Jamaica? She ain't doing shit on her favors. I don't know about anybody knowing about her, right? And now we're looking at 12 there.
Alright, I saw your passport the other day whenever we were here. Does anybody found her passport? Does she have a passport?
She's got a passport.
Okay.
I'm assuming she's got it with her, but I don't know.
Okay. Would that be something that would be stashed in like a safe somewhere?
No, she usually had that in her bag, her go bag.
Her go bag?
Yeah, she had her ID and stuff like that. But I do know, Angelina's passport was downstairs with mine, and Jaren's, my son's downstairs with mine, but all the kids have their passport. Used to be down in the safe downstairs. And now they're old.
Okay.
My son's is in the safe, we went there last week, I had one in Canada.
Alright.
I just got an email from my fishing place in Canada where I go. They're talking about opening up a train, but they also talk about the next day for the, the coronavirus will lift or whatever.
And I noticed it's different in different provinces.
I don't know that. Not just border. I don't know if we go to the border, we gotta worry about getting across the border, that's the main one.
That's like local Saskatchewan, lots of people running up there.
If you want to hit on the.
I got one that I know. We look at everything, I mean, you are a huge tactical suspect in this for what it's worth.
Sure.
I can, I'm sure hear from people, some people that aren't talking to you or whatever, but, and then it's just suspected anyway, and then quite often it is, the husband or something like that. With that being said, same thing, shutting everybody up. It's been a few days now, but if I can, just a picture of your arms. And I use this in domestics, and it shows, I use it for your, it says, look, I don't have any scratches.
I think we'll sure up there.
But that's good for you too. If someone's really doing something hard.
Right.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
It's like, look, I don't even have a crack on it. And that's more her. You should get more of that. Because, I mean, I was doing a physical fight strategy.
I hate confrontation.
We'll do just straight on, everything's good. And then just, your arms this way, and then I'll have you do that this side. That's good. And then just looks okay. Flip your arms. And then, just a 180. Yeah. And then that'll do the same thing. So your arm, yeah, like that first, and then we'll flip them. Perfect, thanks.
Appreciate that.
No, it's my wife that won. She won't let me go. just avoid confrontation. That's my personality.
I'm not a big argument fighter. Well, you know, was there, I'm sorry, I don't know which one to.
No, if you want to.
Obviously, so Ray, in this situation with this, there's only two people. With a ring, I think it's going to be one thing. If someone's going to harm your wife, if someone's going to either kill her, that ring doesn't mean two shits, or any one of us are going to steal it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So there's only two, you and her. So when you, obviously the logic is, you know, she's going to toss it down and, you know, piss on you. It's like body type thing, and then there's you. So that's just me looking at it. That there's that. There's no question, but that's just on the outside looking in. I mean, I want you to understand that too. If someone was going to harm your wife, there's no logic for that person to put their ring there. So
Right.
it's more on the woman. At this point, she was just thinking, so it's obviously the wife. She took off.
Yeah,
I mean, that's.
not talking, it don't make sense.
I mean, you know where I'm coming from. Nobody's going to kill the wife and care two shits about their ring per se. Or I mean, if they do, they're going to steal it. Well, you know what I'm saying, or throw it.
Well, I'm just kind of going through it in my head too, is on any given day, my wife has about $150,000, $200,000 jewelry on her.
You could probably go pretty much.
Yeah, I got a rubber wedding.
Know all this stuff in your head, what's going to happen, what's going on.
Right.
Sure, any given day, she's got.
Now we're
But he's saying that makes her a target to steal.
Yes.
And then don't get rid of this one. Why wouldn't you steal other than you gotta be careful on that one?
Well, she comes, I don't know. Yes. Nothing makes sense.
were there employees that were supposed to be in there on Sunday? No.
Sunday.
What would be the significance for her to set the ring on your desk at the workplace instead of at your home? Is there, any significance? Is there anything that she
Is
could
there
do
something in the
for?
office that she went out to get that we don't know is missing yet?
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, the camera only gets the main office. It doesn't get the back and the sides or anything else. So I mean,
Do you know if she had like a little safe?
I don't know.
Extra
I
cash?
don't know if I don't know if she had money out there and she grabbed that or what she. I mean, I don't
Right.
know.
I mean, if I'm trying to get in a hurry to leave Vantage, I don't see the
Something's back
significance.
there, way one of the,
Right.
rooms back there, cupboards or.
Right.
I see your chemical bar. Is it chemicals in that big ass black safe that has a shield?
Oh, it's the gun safe I bought from my son when he graduated from Michigan State.
And he just never.
Well, he just put an offer on a house over in BB here the other day and just got accepted, so.
And no, it will not help you carry this.
Well,
Oh my God! Yeah, I saw that.
that's why we put it in there, because it's the forklift.
Right. Right. That's what I'm saying.
I'm moving that now, seriously.
You showed me, and I guess I the picture, the $170,000 that at one point, was moved or whatever, taken. What was the purpose of showing me that?
I just found it in the car.
Okay.
I'd never seen it before, so I didn't know. I gotta look to see where the money went. I mean, I
And
don't know.
you know the answer to that? No, I don't.
Yeah.
For what's worth, Zach said, what the hell? Why is he showing you that? Because he said, you guys talked about this before, and he showed you, whether you don't remember or not, but then they put it in another account. So the money's still there. He said, Jesus.
No,
yeah, I mean, that's
you asked me what,
No, I mean, he showed it to you, he said, not literally like this, he showed you.
That's the first I've seen that check. You asked me if I found anything in the car.
No,
When I was looking, and that's what I found in the car. So
Yeah,
I
okay.
no, I found this in the car and this.
Okay.
I looked some more.
But I mean, now I'm saying that you said, no, you didn't realize that she put it in another account. I mean, I'm telling you, that's what he had said. He said, it got brought up once before, like, where's the money, or what happened to this money in the council when he saw something, or his new money was gone. And he's like, yeah, he showed you another one where, look, it's deposited in this account. You don't remember that? Okay. And that was, the date on that one was, I don't say January or February.
No, I think that was the PPP. I think that was the PPP money that we got for farms,
Okay.
PW. And I'm not sure.
And for what you don't have to remember, but for whatever reason, Zach says, I mean, why would you show you that? Because we already been over this, it got brought up. I know I'd be fishing, but
Yeah, well, I just seen, you asked me what I found in the car, and so I showed you the, I was surprised I found all the 2016 gift cards for sauce, and a whole stack of gift cards in the bottom, they get put in the bottom, you forgot about them.
Yeah, I get the.
Sometimes the tire marks out front, so on Sunday, someone comes over here, and they see the tire marks from the JT, sorry, forgetting whatever the yellow from the motor, up to the porch. Do you recall? I mean, you know, it's aggressive that are, you know, the deep treaded. I mean, so do you remember? Did you do anything? You did it for us the other day.
Remember I told you when I went out, and he went, I forgot, I pulled on the ACV, I pulled over this way, I forgot someone running into the house, Greg.
Okay.
I think I probably forgot my tool I opened everything up with, so.
Yeah. You said you would drop that over there, but you didn't say so. Because I didn't ask you.
No, I pulled out, gosh, let me get this, I ran in, Greg, went back out, and then went back around. I opened everything up.
Okay.
Would you consider me to have any kind of substance abuse, like alcohol? Is she an alcoholic? Does she take too many?
Covered this.
I know we did cover it.
You did say, yeah, well,
I'm thinking more and more it's the substance abuse all the time.
Right. Could you see her checking herself into a rehab facility? Is that something that
I couldn't personally, but I don't. I mean,
What do you-
I know my wife very well, but I thought she'd do this.
okay?
So, I mean, I can't put that out on the ground, but she could check herself in some place.
Have you ever heard her talk of anything? Made any gestures?
There's rumors that she was in Chelsea years ago, back before she was still married to Tim at the time, that she was in Chelsea for bipolar, was having some issues.
Okay.
But I
Never
you
anything
never
else
bring
on
up the thing bipolar.
that? Yeah, smart man.
Yeah. Choose your battles, you know, and that's.
Right.
And it's the same kind of question that you've been asking him. It's a really a question, but this is for our place because we have briefings every day. I brought it up. Social media and or we have something called Crime Stoppers, which gets out to everybody. Do you have a problem if we go ahead and put it out there at this point, a missing person?
I don't personally, but I would like to talk to all kids too.
Now I'll tell you where I'm coming with this, so you can sell it to it this way as well. Is Betty Ford Clinic? You know, I think that's they probably have them everywhere, but you know, Ford Hospital. I know there's one over that way for Dearborn or something. Point with that all being is, let's say there is that, and there's somebody professional like him and I that's in the field. They see it. Oh shit, this lady, or she been in a car accident, which I'm not saying she's been in a car accident, but you know where I'm going. We get those. We get missing people, and the next thing you know, they're in the hospital. So that's the only thing. So I
She's got ID, or she's in an accident somewhere, she's got her ID.
potentially, yeah. But there's also confidentiality. So let's say the other one, which what he's really saying is the two, Betty Ford. So that's a addict and or psychological. Those two right there aren't going to tell anybody unless that Facebook or that press release goes out.
They don't have to tell anyone.
No. We're the police. We call them. They're like, we can't tell you. Jesus, I can do a search warrant for every single
Fully
facility.
covered under HIPAA.
And there's no computer we can get in to see it either. Now, I guess there's one exception to that. The insurance, whatever wants to, she totally off grid, which at this point she is.
Right.
Then that she was
Checks herself in, they ask for insurance card right away, or?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the difference is again, if she wants to be totally off grid and
Go under
if you're, she lied.
So I can call insurance and
Yeah.
they would tell me if anything's done.
Yeah. Right. Or, who do you
Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay.
I mean, I can call our agency and they'll tell me, so.
Yep.
Credit card was written down here in bottom, so we already went over that because I think that's what you're talking about on the bottom here. That was just so credit card.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already told you that there's the two, but you already knew that too.
It's still going over my head, who could have picked her up on that team of games. I mean,
Kathy was like, be honest with you, I don't think anybody, I mean, that's crazy. This is a dude.
well, that's a dude.
No, I said unless there's a dude. I don't know who the heck's gonna do it. We're talking to family.
I've heard so many rumors about how many people my wife had married with her wife.
I asked the guy, he's not too stupid, just gonna answer that question, can't be a guy. You suspect him, you're not I'm sorry. I don't want to rule something out, you know, because we're looking for guys. It's like looking for
We got 9 kids, man.
Yeah. Well, that's our life cycle or something. I mean, I want to cover it also, you know, see. Yeah.
Okay.
Now we passed that point, because before it was 2-3 days to come back, now you're.
Yeah, no, what's the odds every day it goes by?
Longer goes, right.
So did anybody help you work on Sundays? Anybody around? I know the kids were after checking in for D, but
I think after on Sunday. Oh, what did I end up doing Sunday after I sprayed?
where you were spraying that
Yeah,
first
sprayed that
row
morning. Here to Leroy for 1 month break, so I broke when I came back. I have to think in my head what the hell I did after that. Such a blur.
Sure.
Seemed like we I need some. Seemed like my son was in the corner.
I'm starting to get down there with the things we're doing, with the exception of watching video, which I already know you guys pretty much have, or, you know, Zach and them, so, you know, which is, I'm gonna probably have one of our people do that. Cell phones, obviously go through those, who is you gonna do we come across anything, you know,
She was huge on Facebook. Always.
yeah, we're gonna look at, you know, that's one of the things we gotta do, but I'm getting down there on things that I have, in a sense, to do to protect my report a lot. I do want to completely be able to focus.
I should have fucking stayed home, dude.
I don't think that's the answer either, to be honest with you. You can't just stay home every time.
No, especially if it's only 5.
Well, normally every guy wins Sunday, I'm always here. I make breakfast for Angelina every freaking Sunday. This Sunday I decided to work. And why? Because it's springtime.
Beat your ass on that anyhow. I don't see that myself, but we do it every Sunday.
Well, it's the same on Saturday. Why didn't I just go with the game?
Yeah. I'm not a business guy. I'm more that worker. I always dove into my career before going to, you know, girlfriends, kids, games and stuff. So that way, just go and throw it back in the back of the night.
I do the stress. I just want
If you do that, so you shut these people up, and then we can.
go back to what I did on Sunday. I can't fucking tell myself to be back in this very love people.
Fair enough.
It's important. I was back.
Right. Well, I mean,
You
it's
have my
just,
phone again. I'm sure it tells me where I went. But
well, hopefully we haven't gotten a report back for that, so that'll help out there too. Just trying to paint a picture.
just
Just
so fucking crazy now. I can't remember.
yeah.
And now tell me what to do. I mean, what do I need to do? What can I help, or what?
We need to figure out a list of names. Let's go through Facebook and see if there's a list of names that would be someone that she's in contact with that we don't know of. Who would pick her up? There's gotta be somebody to pick her up. There's gotta be.
And you still got to ask the daughter, really, you're going to go out and what we're in now?
Yeah,
And
somebody's gonna pick her up. She's planning on being gone for a day or two. Now she's gone for, we gotta figure out who the hell picked her up first. No,
But trust me, and that's that part. With a long search warrant.
Because there's not a big window for her to get out of here. There's not.
No.
Out here it's, I'm off at 6, I'm off at 7, 7:15.
Yeah.
But you still have anybody can come pick her up, so unfortunately our time frame's down, but unfortunately your video's not catching it.
Yeah.
My house, we would know the answer to this, you know, because it's what I got.
My house is wired for security, but we ran out of money when we finished building it.
I didn't do a weird, there's nothing in my house, but my driveway, which way when I hit the main road and all my buildings.
Well, that's what we wanted to keep back in Kansas, we had a lot, but she's always focused on, she always wants to focus on the back, that's where the anhydrous is. Oh, yeah. That's not true. Our fuel tanks are out there, it's taking too much fuel, so that was our focus on stopping everything else.
And the activity on the credit card today there, I was like, God damn, we're good, we're live, I don't know.
That's what Zach called, said, well, I was all static, so I've been trying to call her text, and I sent a text, and I went, like I went through, I'm like, oh, fuck, I went through, cool. Steph goes, no, voice is like, no, it's not.
What, let's see,
I mean, I got her phone, did you ever find out, was there any way we can get in
Hey, Detective. I'm sitting here with Glenn, the husband to the missing wife, Dee, that you did a phone on the other day. We have her old phone from back in March, another iPhone. So I mean, that's one thing. Is that going to be beneficial, or do you have enough? Well, you don't even have her new one now because we don't have her new one. But will her old phone be any good back in March?
But we don't have a password for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the question. So the question is he does not have her password to get. Gotcha. Yep. Okay. It's a 4-6-digit here. Four. You know what?
I tried it.
Oh, I'm sorry. He can apparently overhear you anyway, so I just put you on speaker now. And he said, no, they tried.
We tried all the passwords that she'd used on the iPad before. We tried the 36366868. I think she tried 2323, and then I told her just to quit so she didn't lock it up. But it's usually a real simple, easy to remember password, but I'll be damned if I can remember what it is.
Yeah, I can't really get the
Alright. And then the iPad, Gary, I think, dropped it off Friday. I still get this here. Do you, I obviously no data, but you just wondered, when do you think you'll be done with that one?
I haven't processed it yet, and so, I'm hoping, I've got a meeting tomorrow morning. Hopefully I'll get to it tomorrow.
And I mean, just a big thank you for kicking ass and getting his phone quick, because
Thanks for sending my phone right back.
he was extremely, he didn't want to give that phone up because it's not my whole business and everything, so I just want to thank you for that, help us out. Alright, yep, whatever, when you get it, just holler and we'll send somebody up to pick it up. Yeah, thank you. Those are those questions. I guess we're not getting sent. Also, the same thing, anything we can think of. Feel free, as you see, give a holler, call. We are. I'm getting down there, other than let's get the chance to look at everything, electronically. What her calls are, and said Facebook.
I'd be friends with who she's been contacting on Facebook, who's been calling her back and forth. I mean, she lived down there. I got my contact. I'm a phone guy calling. Text. If I'm sending, you're going to do anything, texting is great. Well, I usually run a piece of equipment, you just can't text them. You never try.
Sure. My last Facebook would have been a snowmobile trip probably 2 years ago that I posted. I'm not on any other than my job looking at stuff, but.
Alright. Good. Trying to get out of Angel. Another routine, well, because she drops Angelina off at school, and I was talking to Dale, he asked me, does she go anywhere tonight? Angelina's got to be at school at 8, Christian, 9 o'clock on Monday.
And there's a long time frame after that where she does, but that is a compromise.
She doesn't, I mean, if she goes, drops Angelina off at 8, she won't be back to the office till 9 or 10.
It should be 30.
Well, yeah, 20. If I take her back here by 8:50, but if she goes down to Panera, gets a coffee. I mean, has she been meeting somebody down there?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know who you'd even ask, or I don't know, maybe before it gets any longer, maybe we could get some video from Panera if they got it to see. What I mean, it's so, yeah, no, Adrian. So she goes along with Christian, so she's down by 11223 goes down by Walmart.
You go there?
Yeah, he's too old.
Well, there's a Starbucks there too, I think, so.
Yeah.
Well, that's just a little further down, but yeah.
I mean,
Which, frankly, at 8 o'clock in the morning, you probably could wait an hour in line for Starbucks and scenario.
I mean,
There's a long line every day.
I don't drink coffee either.
Yeah.
So I don't have to eat coffee. So. But I mean, there's just every morning when she goes, there's 2 hours of time that is unanswered for. But like I said, choose your battles. You don't ask why she's not back. So it just might be
Right.
if someone. I mean, I don't think guess he's having fair seen anybody that hurts him in rumors now. I could be wrong.
So, going back real quick, your property on Tipton, was that north of 50? Right there across from the fire station? Or is it south of 50?
It's south of 50.
Is that like right before that like S curve?
Well, that's before the S curve stands.
Oh.
Where they put tile, we're tiling for Partridge over there. Property I have on is, how do you say, just as you're going through Tipton, you go down, there's that wet spot where the creek kind of crosses right there. As soon as you get through the wet spot, it's right there on the right. It's chisel file, it won't real rough.
Okay.
You did tile there, is what you're saying.
Down further, and the neighbors really hard is the tiles field on my mini excavator set down here along the way.
Gotcha.
And then your other, I mean, I see Cedar Point property, you saw the tile there, there's a tile that's opened up,
Yeah,
the
six
whole
inches
tile.
down here.
Yeah,
Yeah, the wall that the tile that's opened up there, the main that goes all the way to the pond was plugged up with spring. So we were digging the trees and filled a 12-inch tile of the root system. They filled that tile and something in there. We just dug it like 10 years ago. Pulled that thing up. We were down there digging with pull. There's so much pressure. Ivan, the hired guy, now we had it cut open. We was pulling it out. Stuck our feet in there and finally broke loose. And so much pressure, it has pinned in the fucking hole. We couldn't get the roots on there, but that whole tile was full of roots. The whole thing looked like a big giant anaconda falling out of there. Got that open up.
Don't do that.
And then the property we got over on Paragon where the excavator set, the house, the trees and stuff, and the barn were taken out. You were over there too, where'd you go? You went to all the properties in there?
no, I have not. They, Cedar Point, and here is all I did, now I know where, do you remember what?
The canine went over on Tipton Island, so it was when he came
Yeah.
back, they were.
And then we went over, was it like just off 50 on town line? It was just a little sliver of property by like that.
Did you have old DC sold or something, or was it different? These were the computer system, it's
They
one
went
property.
on town line.
No, it would have been west of town line on 50. What is it? Wheat, probably winter wheat. I don't know. And
Well, it's a property we just got to talk about, risky on 50 up there before. Oh, it's just interesting lake.
oh, that's it.
Right across,
Yeah.
basically.
Yep,
across
just
the
that
ditch,
little-
it's a lot here.
Yeah.
Down a little further.
Yeah.
What's that argument about Rob's like, hey, you know,
Well,
it's your property, so did you think you get dicked over financially, or what?
Well, it's the Rob back in 2008 when everything crashed. Rob and their companies were financially having some problems. We helped Rob. We refinanced a lot of machinery and stuff, put it in our name. And Rob paid it off. Well, we had some financial difficulties here a few years ago. And there's some pieces that Rob financed for me. He'll help me out. And then there were some other pieces we were doing with John Deere. We ended up in a lawsuit with John Deere over the whole program where we changed the machinery every year. Make a long story short, we had a big falling out with John Deere over it, and I got charged $500,000 in down payments for Rob's I had to pay. And I don't know where we got squared up. He ended up giving me about $50,000 of that.
Yeah, just walked away from
We
it.
walked away, we both lost, we both agreed to disagree, and walked out. Well, Dee wasn't happy with, she thought Rob should have done more. Yeah, they got into it. Well, if you get it on your phone, you'll see the text before they had. He never would tell me or anything about it, he just said it was bad. Alright, no, Rob's a good friend, well. Okay, it is what it is, it was business, we both lost on the deal.
Yeah.
He got me the payroll for a while, I know, but we're both still here, so.
Make anything else, you want, just so you know, yeah, we got the employees today after that. Yep, gotta listen to that. I did ask for family as well. We have two things, we have family, work, so we want to talk to all those people. We certainly do that. So you want to do that. He didn't give us a consent search, and, permission to searches, his original report, driver's license picture of your wife. She's in that picture. Well, it's not me. I've been over 10 times. Even if she don't worry about you, she's gonna worry about me. She's talking about getting arguments or whatever. I'll just start launching on her myself. I think once she shows up, because of what's going on here and everything is causing you to be honest with you and your daughter. And hey, man, I gotta be. So, but do what we can. Foul play there somewhere or what? Like I said, if someone else came and picked her up and did something wrong to her.
Someone picked her up. This was close enough for you to do that.
But it didn't get leaked, so the friends are Stephanie, the friends are Wolf's daughter. You know, those are your big ones right there. And those people don't know. Don't know if I got Lisa yet. Lisa.
Kind of over my head, we were good friends, we were the chief call.
Has she been off screen? So if you see her on Facebook or whatever, she'd be a Facebook friend, Lisa on one there.
I don't know, because I gotta fall out, she likes stuff. Black box.
Is there anybody that's not gonna fall out with me?
Eventually.
Kathy gonna fall out, they're gonna fall out. We're about to.
We're about to.
Every case I work with this guy, you might do the thing. I guess the big one somehow.
I can't think of who else you would try. I would say Dawn, but it would be Dawn. Dawn can fall.
And Don who?
She's on. I don't talk to her. They used to be on the dairy figure board together, did everything together.
Epperly?
They're all the same, we used to work for. We did everything together.
Somebody's gonna get like this, we start seeing somebody's names on Facebook, at least a little bit of understanding.
Is it normal for Dee to snore when she sleeps? Is that a pretty common thing? Was the snoring that you were hearing on Saturday night or Sunday morning before you went to bed, is that an average snore for her? Consistent?
Yeah, well, consistent. I mean, she never snored before. Like, it's like the last 6 months or so, she's been snoring a lot.
What he's going with that is an overdose type thing.
Oh, it wasn't, how do you explain it? It's like it was almost like a nasal talking. It wasn't, like you or I, your tongue or whatever slopping in there. Hers was more like a nasal flutter of consuming. It wasn't, every time she breathed in, it would be, I can't remember.
Was she snoring whenever you got up on Sunday morning?
You know, that's how I could tell she's sleeping, that she'd be snoring. But it didn't make sense because then she'd get up and she'd be sleeping. If you were snoring, you can't pick up.
Everybody drove before, I'm snoring. We had this argument.
Yeah, I choose my path and then I took no pictures of her sleeping once in a while. But I keep going back to what the COVID did to her, and I don't. She's always tired. She's on her, she's really good herself.
Son of a bitch, back around zero loss.
Yes, we are.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, hopefully we'll get something out
Like I
of
said,
it.
it's, you know that with the phones and communications, that's what our, I need those results back, sitting at the desk and start looking at them. Yeah, I just hollering like I did to you. I told you, wait for the license plate and the cell phone, do the JIU. And we'll bounce the stuff off of you and see if we can't get somewhere with it. Or whatever. No, I haven't even seen any video yet. And obviously, we'll, Friday earlier, whatever, and, or Saturday, earlier, is sort of what we do. We'll do Sunday, to start with. Everybody knows the standard time, so we'll try to. This definitely is Friday at roughly 8:30, like you said, you're getting home, with your daughter. To Sunday, same thing, 2 p.m. or something, that's the main one I want to look at. So.
Sure, we'll be in touch. Good reading yet? Are we really? Is that easier on you?
Not really. I get this sun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good.
Gotta do something else.
I just slow things down so we got time to not so fast. Get things started out. Right. Your shit can start growing now with the rain on it or whatever. At least if you got stuff in it, but we didn't get in. Oh, we got 3 more weeks.
No. Last thing I had keys. What the hell?
I don't know. Because,
You think those are hers then?
hindsight, I think you put them out there so the kids could get in the house.
The kids know that's the hiding spot.
Yeah, that's worked out.
And wasn't there, I mean, your son is the one that pulled them out.
My son's seen it. What the hell are the keys here? Because he got a key.
But did he say that they're underneath? Was there something on top, or did
No,
it just there?
Nobody's just seen him and seen it.
Okay.
But I'll ask her Cal too if she put them there, if they put them there, because I don't remember keys being outside.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Do you recall that interview?
I do.
And do you remember Detective Greca asking the defendant to take off his shirt?
Yes.
And did you hear his explanation for asking him to do that?
Yes.
How long did you work for the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department?
At that point,
Correct.
say like a year or so, year and a half.
All right. And had you worked on any of the domestic cases that he brought up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. At this point, what's your understanding on the last time that anybody saw D. Warner?
Would have been the 25th around midnight.
Okay. And that would have been the defendant who saw her last, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now we're getting into May 3rd, right? So April 24th, 25th to May 3rd. Did you expect to see anything on the defendant's body at that point?
Only if it was something substantial, minor scrapes or bruising, not so much, but any substantial bruising or cuts.
Okay. At what point in time, well, strike that. Did you do anything else involving this investigation?
After that point on the 3rd?
Correct.
I did some employee interviews, but beyond that, no.
All right. Were you taken off this case at some point?
I was.
And do you recall approximately when that was?
It would have been shortly after the 3rd, probably like the 5th or 6th of May.
Okay. The employees that you interviewed, were those employees that were present on April 25th, 2021, or just employees that worked for them in general?
Just employees that worked for them in general, not the ones that were allegedly there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Good morning, Mr. Hall. How are you?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
Good, thank you. So you were involved on the case essentially from April 25th, 2021 to roughly, would you say, end of May 2021?
No, it would have been probably like the 4th or 5th of May.
Okay,
so first week of May. Yeah,
so
shortly
soon
after that. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
So when you approached Mr. Warner on April 25th, 2021, he voluntarily spoke to you, correct?
He did, yes.
And he didn't have to do that. You'd agree?
Agreed.
Every citizen has the right to not speak to the police?
Of course.
But Mr. Warner didn't exercise that right, correct?
Yep.
He chatted with you.
He did, yes.
And then we saw some other videos, April 26, 2021. Mr. Warner had the same right not to speak to the police, correct?
Correct.
But he voluntarily did so.
He did.
We saw videos from April 27, 2021. Same question. He had the right not to speak to the police?
Of course.
He chose to do so.
He did.
Same on April 29th, 2021? He could
Yes.
have declined to speak to the police,
Correct, yes.
but he chose to do so.
Correct.
And on May 3rd, 2021, same thing. He invited you into his home, spoke to you and Detective Greca, correct?
Correct.
Could have chosen not to speak to you, right?
Absolutely.
Now, when you interviewed Mr. Warner, was he aware that it was being recorded with a body camera?
I'm assuming it was on my chest and it was vibrating off and on, as you heard, so I would assume.
Okay. And so he didn't ask you to turn it off, don't record me, anything like that, correct?
No.
And when you indicated that you thought, boy, only you would find a substantial bruise from April 25th to May 3rd, 2021, Detective Greca still asked him to take his shirt off, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any scratches, marks, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Nothing that looked like it was healing, right?
No, ma'am.
No scabs, anything along those lines?
Not that I could recall, no.
When you initially spoke to Mr. Warner on April 25th, 2021, you indicated that Ms. Warner's, you had looked for a phone ping, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the last phone ping was 7:30 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Also, I want to just clarify, because the jury may not know the family dynamics the way that we do.
Sure.
Bill Warner is Mr. Warner's brother?
William Warner? Yes.
William Warner.
Yes.
And so we heard reference to Bill, or Mr. Warner's brother, and he is in a long-standing relationship with Amy Alexander, correct?
To my understanding, yes.
And Amy Alexander is the woman who picked up Angelina on April 24th, 2021.
Correct.
And then she lives with Bill Warner.
Correct.
One last topic. We heard about talking about blood, and Detective Greca was talking about like a woodchuck rubbing its belly on the ground and things like that. The blood that he was referencing was blood that was found in Greg Hardy's barn, correct?
To my knowledge, yes. I was not present for any of that, but...
But you were present when the conversation was
Yes.
going
Yep.
on. And Greg Hardy is Dee Warner's older brother, correct?
Correct.
And that property is adjacent to the Warner farm, correct?
I believe so. I don't know. I've never been there.
Well, are you aware that it butts up against it? So you go
Yes,
from one
I
property
know
right
that
to the
it's
other?
down the road at some point, but beyond that, I couldn't tell you the detail.
Great. I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
You were asked if the defendant agreed to speak and cooperated with the investigation on April 25th, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
And 26th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And the 27th, correct?
Yes.
Right. On the 27th, you observed all those body cameras, correct?
I did, yes.
And did Mr. Warner, in fact, kick officers off of his property at some point in time?
He did, yes.
Okay. And at what point in time was that?
Right on the daytime part of that video of the 27th, he revoked, said he had things he had to do right as the drones were about to go up and the dogs were going to start walking around.
Okay, thank you. And the last phone ping on the that you indicated was at 7 a.m. Do you know where the location of the last phone ping was?
To my recollection, it was the nearest cell phone tower to the Warner farm there on Munger, so just down the road was the nearest tower.
Okay. And again, the blood at Greg Hardy's farm, did you have knowledge about that being animal blood?
Just that it was told to me afterwards, yes.
That it was animal blood?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Hall, you were there on April 27th, 2021?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you were not?
No.
Okay, so, but you did review the all the body camera footage, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall Detective Greca indicating that he told Mr. Warner a shorter period of time that the police would be there than he actually planned on having the police be there?
I couldn't recall that exact detail, no, but it's all within the realm, yeah.
Sure. So that doesn't sound unusual to you that Detective Greca wanted Mr. Warner to stay with the police and wanted him to consent to a search, so he told him a shorter period of time. Does that sound surprising to you?
No, that's not surprising.
And then Mr. Warner actually indicated that he had to go farm. He couldn't stay with the police any longer, correct?
Correct.
And he invited you back because it looked like it might rain. So he said if it rained, come on back, correct?
He invited us back the next day, correct.
But he also said if it rained, feel free to come on back, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when you indicated the drones were about to go up, the dogs were already there on the property, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Warner didn't revoke consent at any point in time when the dogs were there, right?
It was been shortly after, but yes.
Sure, because he indicated he needed to go and farm, right?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
And the defendant told Detective Greca you can search anywhere but here, correct?
Correct.
With the dogs and the drones, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Anything else, Ms. Sharkey?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You can step down.
May we take a brief comfort break, please?
Yes. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break of about 5-10 minutes and come back and continue. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury at this point?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. No, then nothing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Court is in session. The Honorable Michael O. Sager presiding. You may be seated.
I can bring the tray back.
You may be seated.
All right, people may call their next witness.
Okay. You can call Dustin Lowry.
Mr. Lally, before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please say your name and spell it for the record?
Dustin Lally. Dustin Lolley.
Thank you. How did you know Dee Warner?
I've been dating her daughter Raquel since 2016.
Okay. And are you still dating her today?
That is correct.
Okay. And you guys have kids?
3 kids.
And back in April of 2021, how many kids did you have at that point in time?
2 girls.
And do you recall around November of 2019, you working on a project?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that to the jury?
We purchased the house from Dee and Dale Warner in November of 2019. We gutted our house and started a full remodel on it.
Is that the house you currently live in?
That is correct.
And where is it in relation to the Munger property?
I would say behind their house,
Okay.
the Warner's house.
So a mile, half a mile? Could you give us an estimate?
Half a mile.
And what street is your house on?
Carson Highway.
And would that be north or south of the Munger, of Carson and Munger?
It'd be north.
Okay, great. And what you say you fully gutted the house?
That's correct.
Did you do the work yourself?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain like your daily pattern of how you would work on the house?
I'd go to work early, 7 a.m., 6 a.m. When I get home in the afternoon, I'd head straight to my house and work on it till approximately 9 o'clock at night.
Okay, and then what would you do?
I would leave there and meet Raquel and our kids at the Warner residence, where we would shower and eat dinner, and then we would head from there to where we were staying during the project at Raquel's dad's house.
Okay, so you weren't living at the house while you were gutting it.
That is correct.
And explain where you were living then?
Wheelan Road, Tim Bach's house, Raquel's father.
Okay. So how long did this go on, where you would go to work, work on the house, and then go over to the Munger farm for dinner and family time? How long did that go on?
A very long time. I worked on the house, well, from 2020 is when I tore it apart until 2022.
All right, so up until April 2021, the pattern is still going on?
Correct.
Okay. And does this conclude weekends too?
Yes, from the weekends it'd just be from when I woke up till maybe 10 or 11 at night.
And when you went over there, and you said generally it was around 9 p.m., is that right? To the Munger house?
Yes.
Would everybody had waited for you to eat, or what?
Nope, everybody's already ate. Usually our daughters would be bathed and ready for bed. I would walk in and I'd eat by myself at the kitchen table, or I would be the only one eating, yes.
Okay. And just describe for the jury a little bit the room that you would be sitting in. You said you were at the kitchen table?
Kitchen table, that's connected to the kitchen, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the living room, where's the living room from the kitchen table?
Yes, right next to it, 15, 20 feet away from the living room.
Okay. Open floor plan?
Open floor plan.
Okay. And so would you sit by yourself at the table?
No, occasionally I'd have Raquel sitting with me, Dee sitting with me, conversating.
Okay. And what about Dale? Was he ever in your presence?
Not in the kitchen with us, no.
Where would he be?
In the living room, maybe elsewhere, not in there with us.
Okay. And can you give us a sense of approximately, is it like half of the time he would be there, every other, I mean?
I think it would depend on the time of the year for, maybe he was busy with the plant or the harvest. Wintertime, he'd be there.
Okay. So were you around enough to know like the different seasons of farming?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you just mentioned planting. Could you explain what that means?
Spring, you'd be getting tractors ready, planting crop. Summer was a little slower, and then fall would be the harvest, so that'd be one of the busiest times.
Okay. And so are you saying that Dale's presence in the room there where you were eating your dinner depended on the season?
That's correct.
Okay. And which seasons would he be normally gone?
Plant and harvest.
Okay. And were you able to observe Dee's attitude, her feelings during those times? Was it the same as always? Was it different?
No. Definitely when Dale was not around, Dee was a lot more relaxed, laid back, could be herself. When he was around, she was uptight and watching over her shoulder.
Okay. Did you, while you were there and Dale was there, on the occasions that Dale was there, did he make comments to you regarding Dee that you recall?
Yeah, I would call there was a fair amount of degrading comments.
Do you have any specific examples?
Yes, there would be comments about Dee's cooking.
Do you remember anything? What would the comments be about the cooking?
Just what the hell is this, or this is burnt, or this isn't done. That's as far as cooking. There was other degrading comments about Dee's choice of clothing or what she was wearing.
Would he direct these comments to Dee or to you?
He would say them loud enough so she would hear them, or when she's in the presence of the comment, definitely so she could hear it. But it was said to me.
Okay.
I would just object to speculation to the part where she could hear it. He doesn't know Mr. Warner's purpose for saying things.
I guess if was Dee actually present in the room when he was saying these
Yes.
things? Okay. I think it's fair to say.
So to the extent that the answer included a comment about what Mr. Warner's purpose for saying it was, I would agree with that objection. I think that is speculative.
Thank you. So, but I do think you just said that the comments themselves were at least directed to you, and how did you know that he was directing them to you? Did he use your name, for example?
My name, or he's looking directly at me.
Okay. All right, and how often do you think those comments were made?
I would say I probably heard about 24 of them.
Okay. Would there be a time where you would try to exclude him from the conversation you were having while you were eating dinner?
Yeah, I guess when we're just sitting at the kitchen table, just Raquel, Dee, and I, while I'm eating. Dee usually, when Dale was there, Dee would try and speak a little softer, a little lower tone. That way the conversation was the three of us.
Okay. And then did Dale do anything that you saw to try to get in the conversation?
Yeah, there's one time I can remember specifically where we were eating. I was eating. Dee and Raquel sitting at the table with me. Dale was sitting in the living room, and he would walk to the pantry behind the kitchen table, and he would get 2-3 M&Ms, and then slowly walk back by, go sit on the couch, and then get back up, and then walk past us, just 2 or 3 M&Ms, and then so on and so forth, slowing down at the kitchen table.
Okay. Was there an incident at some point regarding the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
That was July of 21. No, I'm sorry, July of 2020.
Okay, and explain what happened.
Dee asked me to come and look at something that she had found in her Hummer.
And did you do that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
Dee handed me a small black device, and she said, "I found this in my Hummer."
Okay. If I showed you a picture of that, would you recognize it?
Yes. That is it, and I took that picture.
Okay. All right. And can you just, explain what that is?
It plugs into the OBD2 sensor that all vehicles have, down by your left knee area in the vehicle, the driver's side. And like I said, Dee gave that to me and asked me if I know what it is.
Okay. And did you know what it was, or did you find out?
Offhand, I did not know what it was. I did Google one of the numbers that are on the screen there to find out what it was.
And what was it?
It said it was a tracking device.
Okay. All right. And so did you tell Dee what you found, what it was?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. And then did you do anything with it after that point?
I asked Dee what she wanted to do with it.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of talking to her?
She wanted me to...
Objection, hearsay.
That's fine, Your Honor. That's fine. I'll re-ask the question. Okay. I just want to know what you did in response to...
Okay. The top button, I pushed it in. The device came apart in 2 halves, and there was an SD card inside of it. I removed the SD card, put the 2 plastic halves back together, and I handed both the SD card and the device back to Dee.
Okay. And did you see it from that point what she did with it?
Yes, she put the SD card back in her pocket, or she put it in her pocket, and then she turned around to head back to the garage with the device.
Okay. And do you know where the Hummer was at that point?
In the garage.
Okay. Now I want to take you to Saturday, April 24, 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that night? Like 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night?
I'm definitely working on the house. I do believe we had company over at some point in the night.
Okay. And do you recall Raquel leaving to go back to her dad's?
Yes, Raquel and our daughters were at the house earlier in the afternoon. Raquel left with our daughters to get him back to Tim's to bed.
Okay. And do you know approximately what time you went from the place you were working on to Tim's?
I would say the 10 to 11, closer to 11 o'clock p.m.
Okay. And does your route between your house on Carson and Tim Box take you past the Munger farm?
It does.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary when you went by?
The only thing I noticed were the lights on in the house.
Okay. Now, Sunday morning, April 25th, did you have plans for that day?
Yes.
What were they?
Raquel and I were planning on going floor shopping, flooring for our house.
Okay. And what about for breakfast? Did you have breakfast plans?
Yes.
And what were they?
to go to Dee's house where she often made Sunday morning breakfast.
Was this every single Sunday, or what was the arrangement?
Unless we had something that we couldn't make it, yes, every Sunday.
Okay. And so do you go over there that Sunday morning?
Yes, we did.
Can you give me an approximate time or an exact time if you know?
Approximately 9 a.m.
All right. And who goes with you? You and who else?
Me, Raquel, and our 2 daughters.
And when you get there, is anybody home?
No.
Is it a situation where you guys knock on the door, or what's the custom when you get to the Munger house?
The door was always unlocked. We walk in.
All right. Okay, so you see anybody in there when you get inside?
No.
Do you personally look around or yell any names or anything like that?
Nope, Raquel.
Okay, so you saw Raquel go?
Yes.
All right. And as far as you could tell at that point, no one home.
Correct.
Did you, when you pulled in the very first thing, did you see anything unusual?
I did notice the Hummer and the JCB telehandler parked down at the office.
So the JCB, the front end loader, right?
Correct.
And the Hummer were both up or down, however you describe it, but they were positioned at the office.
Correct.
Okay. Like parked in the parking lot, parking spots in front of the office?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so do you end up eating breakfast?
Yes.
And do you remember, was it like a cereal, or was it something that you would make, or what?
Raquel had made a meat and eggs. I don't remember. So.
Okay. Can you give us an approximate how much time it took to make and eat breakfast?
30 to 40 minutes. We were done eating.
Okay. And then what do you do after breakfast is finished?
We load the girls up in the car. We then drive down to the office so that Raquel can go see her mom, which we thought that she was at the office.
And why did you think she was at the office?
Because the Hummer was parked in front of the office.
Okay. All right, so Raquel gets out of a car, truck, what are you driving?
Truck, a pickup truck, yeah.
Raquel gets out of the truck.
Mm-hmm. She walks in. I stay in the truck with the girls, and then Raquel returns, and she said she's not in there.
All right, and then where do you go?
We then drive to our house. We just sit in the driveway in my truck while Raquel makes phone calls, trying to find Dee.
All right, and you're present for those calls?
Yes.
All right, so do you know who she called?
I know she called her siblings and Stephanie Vocal.
Stephanie Vocal. And had anybody seen Dee?
No.
No one knew who she was?
No.
Okay, so now what do you do?
So then after the phone calls, we then drive back to the Warner residence. We pull into the new shop. I get out of my truck because I know that the camper, the motorhome, is parked in the new shop. I get out and I walk in to see if possibly Dee slept in the new camper that night, or not the new camper, the camper that night.
Okay, and just the new shop, is that the big building that's kind of attached to the office?
That's correct.
Okay, and it has the 4 big overhead doors?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so you look in the camper, no Dee.
No.
Get back in the truck?
Yes.
And then where?
And we drove up to the house, went back inside the house, and from there, that's when we searched for Dee.
Okay. At some point, do you go to the Hardys?
Yes.
Okay, when is that?
After we had searched the house and, of course, did not find Dee,
Okay.
we loaded back up. We drive down to the Hardee's Event Center, where there's 2 bedrooms located in the barn. I go up in there, look in the 2 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms were empty. Didn't look like they had even been slept in. And then we proceeded down to the Hardee's residence.
So the event center, how far approximately from the Munger farm?
A mile, if.
Okay. And and then the Hardee's residence, how far is that from the event center?
Once again, a mile.
Okay. And do you contact anybody at the Hardee home?
Yes.
Who's there?
Shelley Hardee.
What about Greg?
No, he wasn't there.
All right. And did Shelley have any information about Dee?
None.
All right. And so then what do you do?
So Shelly gets in my truck with us, and we go to what we call the Cedar Point property, which is M50 near Onset Highway. And there's a barn on that property with a bedroom in that as well.
Okay. You searched there?
Yes, I got out of my truck, I walked in and searched that bedroom.
Okay. Anything at all?
Not as far as D, no.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody there?
Yes,
Who's there?
Brian Bush and one of his friends,
Okay.
hunting.
You say they were hunting?
Hunting, that's what they told me.
And how were they dressed, if you remember?
They were dressed in a camo hunting gear.
All right. So then where from Cedar Point?
So from Cedar Point, we then went back to the Warner's office, where we joined up with Zach and TJ, and attempting to look for D on security camera footage.
So do you remember what Raquel does? Does she go in the office with you, or does she go someplace else?
Raquel and Shelley go back into the house.
Okay. And where are your daughters at that point?
They're still with us. We had not, I don't believe we dropped them off yet.
Okay. At some point you do drop them off, though?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so approximately how long do you think you're in the office from that point?
It was a couple hours.
Okay. And what was going on in the office while you were in there?
We were making phone calls to anybody and everybody looking for D, and once again, Zach is attempting to find security camera footage to see anything that happened.
Okay. And you were in there that time while he's looking?
That's correct.
Okay. Did he ever point anything out to you that, okay, here she is, or here she is, anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. Do you ever see Dale?
Yes, a couple of times.
And when was that?
While we were while Zach is going through the security cameras, Dale comes in and out a few times.
Okay. And does he make any comments or anything happen when he's in there?
He was just talking about she probably took off. I'm not sure where she went. She was sleeping when I left this morning on the couch.
And you said he was in and out various times. Did he tell you when he was leaving out what he was going to do?
Yep, gonna go spray is what he had said two times that he left. I'm gonna head out and spray.
Okay. And did you hear the spray or see the sprayer leaving anytime after that?
I did see the sprayer one time leave and then one time return.
Okay. Was there any mention of calling the police?
Yes.
Who mentioned that?
It was either Zach or TJ.
Okay. And was Dale there when that was mentioned?
Yes.
Did he have any response?
I wouldn't get ahead of yourself along those lines.
Okay. So, no. Do you have any sign of D at all on Sunday?
Never.
What happens after you leave the office?
After I left the office, I went back to work on my house. Raquel did not go with me.
Okay. So you weren't part of the group that went to Zach's?
No.
All right. All right, now I want to ask you about the time after Sunday. Did you maintain a good relationship with Dale for the next few months after that Sunday?
The same relationship that I always had, which was more acquaintances over friends or anything more.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with him in that 2 or 3 months immediately following the Sunday?
Yes. In July of 21, Dale came to my house and just stood in my living room and talked.
Okay. And do you remember did any of the comments that he made at that time stand out to you?
Yes.
What was it?
Dale told me that You know D fucking hated you, right?
Okay. You know why he would have said that?
Objection, speculation.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor. Was there ever a time, or maybe it was the same time, when he made other comments about Dee's marital faithfulness?
Yes, that also was something that he spoke of about. She probably ran off with another guy.
Okay. Did he say whether he had any knowledge of any past marital infidelities?
No, not to me.
Did you borrow any equipment right around that period of time from Dale?
Yes, I did.
What did you borrow?
The JCB loader.
All right. And do you remember the comment he made around the time that you were asking him to borrow that regarding the investigation?
Yes, I did go over to ask if I could use it to move insulation at my house, and I just said, "Hey, what's going on?" And he said, "Oh, not much. They're trying to fucking pin this on me."
Okay. And did he say anything more about the police having been there with dogs?
Yes, about how he had requested they leave, and that was tied to the conversation about they're trying to pin this on me.
And did he say a particular place that he didn't want the dogs to go?
Objection leading.
Just an open-ended question, Your Honor. It's a subject matter.
Which with very specific context in the question.
All right. I don't think there was that much context in the question. I think Mr. McCready's pointing him to a direction, and the witness is free to say no. So I don't think it's objectionable, overrule the objection.
Yes, he said because I kicked them off the property, and they wanted to get in that barn, the sprayer barn.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Good morning, Mr. Lally. My name is Marissa Vinsky. I represent Mr. Warner, and I just have some questions for you. In regards to the comments Mr. Warner would make about Miss Warner's food being burnt or not liking the food, what would Miss Warner say back?
She would roll her eyes.
Every time?
Yes.
I want to discuss the GPS tracker. You went over, you said July 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at the point when you had gone over, Miss Warner had already taken the device out of wherever she found it.
Yes, Dee approached me in the house with the device.
So you did not see it plugged in?
No, she just told me.
You have no personal knowledge of where Miss Warner found the device?
No.
And you testified you didn't know what it was?
When she initially showed it to me, correct, I didn't know what it was.
And you had to Google to find out information about it?
Yes.
On Saturday, April 24th, 2021, you were working on your house that you were renovating.
That's correct.
And you said you left your house around the 10 to 11 p.m. hour, but maybe closer to 11?
That's correct.
At that time, you drove past the Warner house on Munger?
That's correct.
And Miss Bach, Raquel, your girlfriend, she had left well before when you left with the kids.
That's correct.
You testified that on direct, that you saw lights on at the house,
That's correct.
but you actually didn't recall anything unusual at the house when you drove past.
No.
And you only remembered one light maybe through the front door, nothing specific, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to April 25th, you go to the Warner home again in the 9 a.m. hour.
Yes.
And when you drive onto the property, you entered through the west side of the house on the driveway.
That's correct.
You walked right in.
Yes.
The doors were not locked. It
Yes.
sounds like they almost never were locked.
As far as I can remember.
You then went to the office where you stayed in the car and Miss Bach went inside.
Correct.
At some point you leave the farm, you go to your house.
Yes.
And then when you go back to the Warner farm, you said that you searched the new shop. Is that correct?
I went directly to the camper, the RV.
And that's located in the new shop?
Yes.
Miss Saylor, can you pull up Defense's Exhibit A, please? And zoom in to the new shop. Is that building that is directly next to the office to the left, is that the new shop that you're talking about?
Yes.
And then you testified you went to the Hardy's house at some point after that.
Yes.
Greg Hardy was not home. It was just Shelley Hardy there.
That's correct.
And then at some point after leaving the Hardy farm, there's a lot of properties, so I understand, but you actually checked there's a vacant house on Carson Highway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you went to this property, and the property is across from the Warner farm?
Yeah. Yes.
You seemed a little hesitant.
It's not directly. Yeah. It's across on Carson. Yes.
Directly across, kitty corner, diagonal,
Somewhat kitty corner.
and about how far away would that be from the Warner farm?
200 yards.
200 yards. So you went to that property, the house was vacant?
I couldn't even get in because it was locked.
Okay, you didn't get in. You checked the property around the house?
Yes.
Are there barns on that
There is.
property? You didn't go into the barns though, did you?
No.
And then after that is when you went back to the farm and went into the office, which is what we heard you testify about, correct?
Yes.
Lastly, after April 25th, 2021, you were involved with searching for Miss Warner, correct?
Yes.
There was a volunteer search about a week or two after she disappeared.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Did the search team that volunteered to get together, did they split into multiple groups and go to multiple different areas?
Yes. We spread out throughout a field and walked.
And one of the places that was searched was Greg Hardy's property around his house, correct?
That's correct.
That's Miss Warner's brother.
That is correct.
Who was involved in that search team, if you know?
I do not. I do not know who specifically. I remember seeing people on there, on Greg's property.
Did you ask Mr. Hardy if people were able to search his property?
Greg headed up this search party, so he told everybody, walk from here all till we get to Tipton Highway, which includes walking through Greg's property.
If you know, was he part of the search that was around his house?
I do not know.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
just two quick questions about that search you just talked about. Had you ever, I mean, Dee had left and gone away for a night or two before, correct? You were familiar with that?
Only by accounts of Raquel.
Okay. Had you ever searched for her before?
No,
Okay. And as far as you know, did Dale participate in that search?
he did not.
All right, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, are we, oh, I'm sorry. Right, we have received a question from a juror. It's my understanding that neither side has any issue or objection to me asking that question.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so the question is, what was Dee's reaction when she found out about the tracking device?
She was extremely angry, very angry, and she was angry before I told her what the the Google search resulted in, and then when I told her it was a tracking device, she was very angry.
All right, Mr. McCready, any further questions?
Yeah, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Vinsky?
No, thank you.
Okay, are we excusing Mr. Lally from his subpoena at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, thank you.
Okay. So thank you, sir. You can step down. You're excused from your subpoena, so if you'd like to stay in the courtroom at this point, you may.
Thank you.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. To address outside your presence, so we're going to break for lunch at this point. I will ask you to return shortly before 1:30 p.m. I do have one hearing I'm going to try to get in at 1:15, so we'll try to start on time, but as usual, things happen, so maybe not. Thank you. All right, and you wanted to address something on the record outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. We had a conversation before we started this morning about the scope of Stacey Brody's testimony. She did not testify at prelim about the bruising, the handprint bruising on Miss Warner, or excuse me, what appeared to be handprints on Miss Warner. We did include that in our motion, and the court has indicated that we can get that testimony in through Miss Brody.
That's correct, Your Honor. When we discussed this in chambers, we did object to that as being speculation on the part of Ms. Brody, lack of personal knowledge, irrelevant, even if relevant, unfairly prejudicial. We understand and respect the court's ruling, but we wanted to make sure that there was a record of that objection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so that there is a record of my decision on that, I believe there was also some mention of it being lay opinion, and I did indicate that I believe it is admissible lay opinion in that it is rationally based on perceptions and would be helpful to the trier of fact. With respect to the testimony in general, I find that it would be based on Ms. Brody's perceptions and observations, and I do think it is relevant to an issue in this case, that being the issue of domestic violence that we've discussed. I don't think that it is more prejudicial than probative, and so for those reasons, I would overrule that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to address at this point?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for your time, and we will try to resume at 1:30.
may be seated. session, the Honorable Michael Saber presiding. You may be seated.
All right, we are back in the record in file 24-21841-FC, People versus Dale Warner. Are we ready to have the jurors brought back in at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
You may be seated.
All right, people may call their next witness.
People call Stacy Brody.
Okay, Ms. Brody, before you sit down, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes, I do.
You can go ahead and sit down.
Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Stacy Brody, STACEY
Okay. Miss Brody, how did you meet Dee Warner?
Through Clinton Chiropractic, where I was her massage therapist.
All right. And how long had you been her massage therapist up until April of 2021?
5 years.
All right. How often would Dee come see you?
Once a week.
And how long did those sessions typically last?
About an hour.
What does a typical massage session look like as far as what's the procedure?
Well, it's dependent on the client.
Okay.
In Dee's case, she had a lot of neck and back pain.
Okay.
Most of the time, you do still do full body. There's just special attention to those areas.
And when she would come in to get a massage, how would she prepare for that massage?
I guess I don't really know what you mean.
Okay. Is she clothed, unclothed?
Oh, yeah. She's undressed down to her underwear,
Okay.
and then she's draped with a sheet and a blanket.
Okay. And during the course of your treatment of Dee, did you form a relationship and bond with her?
Yeah.
All right. Describe Dee for me.
Dee was a tough girl. She could be really funny, no nonsense, very tenacious, strong in more ways than just physical.
How would you describe your relationship with her?
We were friends.
Did Dee bring her phone into her appointments?
Yes.
All right. Was that a typical for a client to bring their phone into a massage appointment?
No.
All right. At any one of your appointments with her, did you observe her to be under the influence of anything that it appeared to you?
Never.
While doing massages on Dee, did you have the opportunity to observe anything that concerned you?
Yes.
Okay. And when was the first time that you saw something concerning?
I would say it was probably about a year into seeing her.
Okay.
There was a large bruise about the size of an orange
Okay.
on her right hip.
Okay. Were there any other bruises similar to that you saw on Dee's body?
Yes.
All right. Approximately how many times did you see that bruising?
Throughout the 5 years?
Yes.
Roughly 8 to 10.
Okay. Was there any other bruising that you observed on Dee?
Yeah. I didn't think to question her on there. I mean, obviously, like if she had something on her chin.
Okay. Did you observe any bruising on her arms?
Yes.
All right. And describe those for me.
Best described, it looked like a handprint, like she'd been grabbed.
All right. And where did you observe those bruising?
Upper right arm.
Okay, so like up here?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Dee Warner?
The Wednesday before she went missing.
Okay. And was that for a regular appointment?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. We just have to say it for the record. How did she appear to you when she came to that appointment?
Distraught.
Okay, can you describe that?
She had been crying, shaking a little. She was probably the most upset I had ever seen her.
Okay. And do you know the last thing that Dee said to you?
I do.
Okay. What was that?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is 8033. This is Ms. Warner's plan.
Can you approach?
Yes. Ms. Brody, I'm going to rephrase the question, okay?
Okay.
Did Ms. Warner indicate to you the last time you saw her that she had some sort of plan?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
That she was tired of how things were going and she wanted to see a lawyer.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brody. My name is Marissa Finsky. I just have some questions for you. You stated that Ms. Warner started out as your client for massage therapy, correct?
Yes.
And she would be seen for neck pain, headaches, upper back and shoulder pain. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
When Ms. Warner would come to an appointment, you said the last appointment she came in and she was crying.
Yes.
She had come into appointments previously where she had been crying as well, correct?
Yes.
This was not the first time that you had seen her crying.
Yes.
And you testified about bruising that you saw on Miss Warner. For these bruises that you claim you saw, you didn't document any of them?
No, I'm not required to.
Even though you're not required to, you still didn't document any
No.
of the bruises? And you testified under an oath at a hearing. You testified under oath at a hearing on June 20th, 2023. Is that correct? And I
Sure.
can. Would you like to see the transcript? To
I believe you. I'm
reflect-
just not great with
Okay.
dates.
So at that hearing under oath, you didn't mention any bruising that looked like a handprint, correct?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Would you like looking at the transcript? Would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Yes.
Can you identify what page we're?
Yes, so it's going to be her full testimony. I think that starts on page 84, I believe. Is that correct?
50?
It might be. Sorry, hold on. No, I think it's actually going to be in the 100s. I just don't. One second. The table of contents is on the first page.
It goes from 84 to 111.
Thank you. And then just read it silently to yourself, and when you're ready, look up.
Okay. Am I on 80? I'm sorry. Am I on 85 or 84?
So your testimony starts on 85. They swear
Okay.
you in on
Okay.
84.
I don't think this is my testimony.
Page 85, it says, could you please tell this honorable court your name? Stacy Brody.
Okay.
My apologies. There's multiple.
I was like, I don't remember any of that. Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
I did mention arm.
Correct, but you didn't mention anything in that hearing when you were under oath about bruising that looked like a handprint, correct?
No.
And
Oh,
there's
yes,
no.
Yes, no, yes.
Correct, you didn't mention it.
I mentioned bruising on the arm, but not in the shape of a handprint.
Okay, and then you didn't mention anything about it looking like the bruising was someone being grabbed. Is that correct?
Not at that time.
And you also testified under oath at another hearing on May 3rd, 2024. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and at that hearing you didn't mention anything about a bruise looking like a handprint, correct?
Yes. Sure.
So
I mean, I remember talking about the bruising. I remember talking about the areas of the body, but I don't. If I didn't, then.
If you don't remember, I can refresh your recollection, but I want. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and you also didn't mention anything about bruising reminiscent of someone being grabbed. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
I have to read the bottom part.
What are you showing?
Michigan State Police report, her statement from 2023.
Okay, why is she? Did she say she can't remember it, or
No.
are you trying to
This
impeach
is
her?
the prior consistent statement that she made prior to testifying in any hearing.
The highlighted part.
The bottom part, can you read that and let me know when you're done?
Oh, you don't want me to read it out loud?
No, read it
Okay,
yourself
sorry.
And let me know when you're done.
Okay. Yes.
You met with the Michigan State Police in September of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And in there, do you describe the bruising?
Yes.
And how do you describe the bruising to the Michigan State Police?
As being grabbed or thrown.
Okay, and that was prior to testifying at any hearing in this matter, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And during the transcript that you just read, were you asked specifically to describe those bruises on the arms?
Yes.
In the prelim transcript? Not in the police report?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was not.
Okay. And the last time that you observed that type of bruising on Dee was when?
November-ish, around.
Of what year?
2020.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brody, you were interviewed by the Michigan State Police on September 28th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you had testified in a previous hearing under oath on June 20th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not great about dates, so yeah, if that's.
Anything further, Ms. Wise?
Oh, no, I have nothing further. She can be excused. She can be
Are we
excused.
excusing Ms. Brody from her subpoena?
Yes.
No objection, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brody. You're
Okay.
free to go. And you're, oh, I'm sorry. We have a question from
Oh.
All right, I have shared a juror question with counsel, and it's my understanding that they are in agreement that the question should not be asked under the rules of evidence. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, Your Honor.
That's correct, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now you may be excused. You are excused from your subpoena, so you are free to go or remain in the courtroom if you wish.
Okay, thank you.
People would call Stephanie vocal.
Ms. Vocal, before you sit down, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes.
I need you to say it louder than that, please.
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and have a seat. Please try to keep your voice up as much as possible so that everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Stephanie Vokel, Stephanie Voelkle.
All right. Stephanie, did you know Dee Warner?
Yes.
And how long had you known Dee?
5 years.
And that was prior to 2021?
Correct.
All right. How did you know Dee?
I started working for her in June of 2016.
Okay. And when you say working for her, what did you do for her?
I did accounts payable, accounts receivable, billed out for DDW, the trucking company, received in money.
Okay. So you worked there on the Munger farm?
Correct.
And describe your relationship with Dee.
We gradually became best friends. We went shopping together, went on a cruise together, spent a lot of time together, including in the office.
Okay. Did you spend time with Dale at the office?
Not much.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with Dale?
Just business.
Okay. How often do you think you talked to Dee?
Every day.
How did you talk to her?
In the office, face to face, over text.
Okay. When you say in the office, what's a typical day look like? 8 to 5, 9 to 4?
Usually it was 9 to 5.
Okay. And would Dee be in the office most days, or?
Yeah, pretty much every day.
Okay. Describe Dee to me, if you could describe her to somebody.
Feisty, fierce, beautiful heart, always looked like $1 million, always wearing glitz and glam.
Okay. When you said always looking like $1 million, what does that mean?
She was always wearing something fancy.
Okay.
Jewelry, everything, the whole 9 yards.
Did she have her hair done?
Always, yes.
And the office was on the same property that her dwelling was on, correct?
Correct.
And did she ever come down to the office in her pajamas?
In her pajamas? No.
Okay. Do you know what vehicle or vehicles that Dee drove?
Cadillac and a Hummer.
And which one did she drive more?
Cadillac.
And was there a time that Dee took the Hummer to a mechanic that you know
of? She took it to the shop quite often, yeah, when it needed it to be serviced. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was there ever a time when she came back from the mechanic and appeared to be upset?
Yes.
Okay. And did she show you anything at that time?
Mm-hmm. I can't remember if it was that day or the next day she had shown me something, okay. Yes, that the shop had found, yes.
Okay. And how did that item appear to you? What did it look like?
It was like a little black box.
Did you ever see Dee with a second phone that was supposed to be a secret phone?
I did not.
Did you also hang out with Dee on weekends?
Yes.
How often would you hang out with her on a weekend?
Maybe once a month, twice a month.
When you've been around her, did you observe her to be under the influence of drugs or anything that
No.
would cause you concern?
No.
Okay. Did you go to lunches or dinners with Dee?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything out of the ordinary happen on some occasions?
Yeah, I remember a specific time where we were at Evans Street Station, and Dale drove by in his truck when we were sitting there eating dinner.
Okay. Did that only happen once?
I'm pretty sure it happened a few times. I just can't remember those times.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would move to strike the response. If the witness doesn't remember, then it would be speculation.
I agree, Your Honor.
All right, so I will sustain that objection and strike that answer.
Do you remember going to any lunches with Dee and having anybody show up?
No, just phone calls from Dale asking where she was a lot when we went out to lunch.
Okay. So you talked to Dee in person, you talked to her over text. Any other ways you communicated with her?
Snapchat.
Okay, what is Snapchat?
It's an app that you can communicate back and forth on, and you can send pictures on.
Okay, and if I want to see your Snapchats between you and anybody, can I do that?
No, because they automatically delete.
Okay, so is that a function of that particular app?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to observe fighting between Dee and Dale?
Yes.
All right. Yelling and screaming, or what?
Yes.
All right, so tell me about some of those fights.
There was one in particular that I remember. He came and they were both in the office, and they went into the lunchroom, and they were arguing. I could hear them yelling, both of them. I couldn't tell you what it was about.
Okay. And were there any other arguments that really stood out to you?
Yes, I was in the office, and Dale walked in and said, "You," and pointed at Dee, "out here now." And she came around the desk and went outside, and they were face to face, yelling at each other, fighting about something. I couldn't tell you what.
Okay, and what did you observe him to look like?
He was yelling at her with his hands behind his back.
Okay. And how far away is he from Dee?
Like maybe a foot, 2.
All right. And is he standing straight up? Is he leaning in? What's he doing?
He's leaning in.
Okay, and what was Dee doing?
Standing there, defending herself, basically, with her words.
Okay. Do you know what most of their fights were about?
I want to say money. Usually.
Objection. If it's based on personal knowledge or not, I think that clarification needs to be made.
Did you hear the arguments between Dee and Dale, what the topics were about?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I just don't remember specifics. I just remember a broad, like money or his kid, usually his kids or his dad.
Okay.
Usually was the argument.
Okay. So yeah, I don't want specific details. I just want to know what the broad topics are. So they thought a lot about money and kids and what was the last thing? I'm sorry.
His dad.
Okay. All right. When they would fight, did you ever observe Dale try to touch Dee or otherwise massage her neck?
Usually it was after an argument.
Okay.
It's like they would get into an argument, he would come back in and massage her shoulders.
Okay. And how did she react to that?
Uncomfortable.
When you say uncomfortable, can you describe that for the jury?
Sometimes she would say, "Dale, like, like shrug her shoulders, kind of like get off me."
Okay. Tell me about Dee's size. How tall is she? About how much does she weigh?
Maybe 5'1", 5'2", 100, I don't know, 40 pounds.
Okay, and that's just a guess on your part, an estimate. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you and Dee talk about personal things a lot?
Yeah, all the time.
Was it uncommon for Dee to talk to you about wanting a divorce?
No.
All right. And had she had that topic of conversation come up on April 24th, 2021?
She said that she told Dale that she wanted to sell everything.
Okay. And what time were you talking to Dee on the 24th?
Around like 11 o'clock.
Okay. And is that phone call, text message? How are you guys having a conversation?
Text message.
All right. So you guys wrap up the conversation about selling things, and do you reach out to her again that night?
Yeah.
Do you remember what time?
Around 7. I reached out to her to see how she was doing.
Okay. Was that via text, phone call? How was that?
Text message.
Did you get any response?
No.
All right. When was the last time you saw Dee in person?
Friday afternoon.
Okay, and where was that at?
At the office.
All right, and how did she appear then?
She was nervous, stressed out, preparing herself to talk to Todd. She was going to have a conversation with Todd.
Okay, and who's Todd?
The dispatcher for DDW.
Okay, what's Todd's last name?
Nyrick.
And did Todd work for Dee?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and what was his position at DDW?
A dispatcher.
So what does that mean, though? I'm sorry.
It's okay. He scheduled all the truckloads, and I guess that would be it.
Okay, and who would be his direct boss?
Dee and Dale.
Okay. Do you know if the disagreement was about business?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Todd's demeanor like?
He was perturbed, mad.
Was he not in agreement with what Dee wanted?
Correct.
Okay, so then on the 24th, you have a conversation with her. She doesn't respond back after 7:30 p.m. Were you concerned at that point?
Yes.
Why?
Because I knew they were arguing, fighting, and I didn't trust.
Well, let me ask you this. You talk to Dee how often?
Every day.
Okay. If you text her, does she respond?
Yes.
All right. If you call her, does she call back?
Yes.
All right. Is there ever a delay in response from her other than, a couple minutes here or a couple minutes there?
Not very often. She always had her phone.
So on April 25th, 2021, that Sunday morning, Raquel calls you?
Yeah.
Do you know approximately what time it was?
Like 10:30.
Okay. And what'd she call you for?
She called me and asked me if I knew where Dee was.
All right. And did you know where Dee was?
I did not.
Had you heard from her at all since your previous night's text?
No.
Okay. What'd you do after Raquel called you?
I called Dale.
Okay. Why'd you call Dale?
Because I wanted to know where Dee was.
All right. Did you get a hold of Dale?
Yes.
And what did he say to you?
He told me that they had a fight last night and that she was all pissed off at him. And the last time that I seen her was on the couch this morning at 6 o'clock.
Okay. Did he go into detail about the fight?
No.
All right. Did you go to the Munger property on the 25th of April 2021?
I did not.
Okay. When's the next time you go to the Munger property?
I believe it was Monday or Tuesday.
Is that to go back to work?
Correct.
Okay. Is Dee there?
No.
All right. Do you have a conversation with Dale when you return to work?
Yes.
All right. And what do you guys talk about?
Well, he came in and sat next to me and asked me if I knew who would pick him up, or I'm sorry, if I knew who would pick Dee up without saying anything.
Okay. What'd you say?
I just said I don't know.
Okay. Did Dale have a conversation with you about Dee having some kind of medical appointment or blood work?
Yeah, that was on Sunday.
Okay, tell me about that.
He had called me and asked me if I knew that she was supposed to have a blood test, and that she was acting strange the night before.
Okay.
And I just said I had no idea.
Okay. Did he follow up with that conversation during the week when you went back in?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he say to you at that
He
point?
asked me, did you think anything more about the blood test thing? And I just said no. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information.
Okay, and did you tell him that?
Yeah.
You don't. Okay. Did he give you any more details during that week about the fight between him and Dee or the events of the night of the 24th of April?
Yeah, it was when he sat down in the chair next to me. I vaguely remember he said something about that she had a headache that night and he rubbed her shoulders or rubbed her neck on the couch, and then she had took something for her migraine or something, and that's really all I remember.
Okay. How long did you stay working at for the Warners?
Until June, June of 2021.
Okay. Have you talked to Dee at all since April 24th, 2021?
No.
Have you seen her since April 23rd, 2021?
No.
Why did you have to think about it? Were you thinking about the dates back that far?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you one last question about Dee's wedding ring. During the course of your friendship, relationship, working there, did you have the opportunity to observe that
Yes.
ring? All right, describe it.
Big, shiny.
Okay. When you say big, are you talking like big, like
A big rock.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Did you ever see Dee take that ring off?
No.
Okay. When you describe Dee as being very flashy and getting liking the jewelry and stuff like that, what type of jewelry was she buying?
Not cheap jewelry.
Okay. Diamonds?
Yeah.
Expensive?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your knowledge of her, do you see her leaving that ring anywhere?
No.
Objection. Speculation.
Sustained. And I would strike that remark and direct the jury not to consider it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Volko. My name is Mary Chartier. I have some questions for you this afternoon. I want to start with the Hummer. You said the Hummer used to have to go to the shop pretty frequently? So you have to answer verbally for the record.
Yes.
And do you know how frequent is frequent?
Like maintenance trips, basically, or if something broke down.
So if we're looking at a year, how many times a year?
2 or 3.
You said that there was a box or a device found, and Ms. Warner came back and showed that to you?
Yes.
And so she came back from the shop and showed you that device?
I don't know. That's fuzzy to me. I don't know if it. I can't remember if it was that day or the next day.
So it might have been when she came back from getting the Hummer work done, or the next day?
Correct.
She showed that device to you?
Correct.
Did she ask you what it was?
We kind of already had an idea of what it was because we found it. Yeah.
Well, how would you have an idea? So she shows you the device. How would you have an idea at that time?
Because I found a charge on the credit card, and we investigated it on Google.
So you found a charge on a credit card, and then you thought that was this device. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Then what happened to that device? Do you know?
I have no idea.
I want to go to April 23rd, 2021. This was a day you were working in the office?
Yes.
And you had indicated that Ms. Warner had a verbal disagreement with a gentleman named Todd Nayrink?
Correct.
Now, could you hear what the conversation or disagreement was about?
No.
Could you hear raised voices?
Yes.
Could you hear Mr. Nayrink's voice raised?
Correct.
And did you hear Ms. Warner's voice raised?
Yes.
So the two of them were raising their voices to each other?
Correct.
Was that unusual for Ms. Warner to raise her voice at a staff member?
Not really.
Now, so you'd heard her raise her voice before to people who worked for her?
Correct.
And did you hear her ever raise her voice to family members?
No. I don't believe so.
What about to Mr. Warner?
Oh, yes.
So you heard her raise her voice to him?
Yes.
Now, when this conversation was over, did Ms. Warner, the one with Mr. Nayrink, did Ms. Warner come back and go back to work?
I'm not sure because I believe I left before they were done.
Okay. So when you left, you think that Ms. Warner was still in a disagreement with or conversation with Mr. Nayrink?
Yes.
Is it possible that you did see her before you left and she seemed happy to you?
It's a possibility that I did see her, but I don't remember her state of...
Would looking at a statement that you gave refresh your memory?
Yes. Where am I looking?
If you could turn to page 393. The first sentence of the last paragraph. We're actually moving into the second sentence as well.
The last paragraph?
Yes. Do you see that?
The second sentence. Okay.
Do you want me to come up and show you where, or do you want to show
Yes,
me?
please. Yes, yes,
okay.
please.
I'll show you, or unless you know.
Show me, I'll show her.
Okay. Here you go, right here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That indicates that you did see her that day, correct?
Yeah.
So after her verbal disagreement with Todd Nayrink, you may want to leave that up there for her, Ms. Saylor, because we might need it again. You're too efficient. You're too efficient. So after Ms. Warner had her verbal disagreement with Mr. Nayrink, you saw her again before you left, correct?
Okay, yes.
And she seemed happy when you left, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what that says, correct?
Okay, yes.
Now, the next day, you had texted with Ms. Warner. You indicated in the morning, roughly around 11 a.m.?
Mm-hmm, yes.
That's on April 24th, 2021.
Correct.
And that's a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And she had indicated she was having a rough day.
Yes.
Now, the basic topic of conversation related to the Nayrinks, Todd and Terry Nayrink, correct?
Yes.
And she had indicated that she was hyperventilating.
Yes.
And she was throwing up, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also said that she had told you that she had communicated with Mr. Warner that she wanted to sell everything.
Correct.
The last text that you had with Ms. Warner was when you sent it roughly at 7:43 p.m.?
Yes.
The next day, April 25th, 2021, that was the day that you communicated with Mr. Warner. That was the Sunday?
Correct.
And he indicated to you that Ms. Warner was upset with him the
Yes.
night before, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the two of them had an argument.
Yes.
Now, the next week when you go into work, you indicated that Mr. Warner had asked you some questions about possible blood tests that Ms. Warner had had.
Yes.
And who might pick her up from the Munger property, correct?
Yes.
He also asked you if you knew anything about Ms. Warner going to Traverse City.
Yes.
You indicated again that he had later on in the week told you that they had had an argument, correct?
Yes.
Now, while you knew Ms. Warner for the years that you did, she would talk about leaving Mr. Warner, correct?
Yes.
So that was not new for her.
No.
And even with Ms. Warner saying over the years she was going to leave Mr. Warner, you actually would book vacations for them, correct?
Correct.
So if we look at April 24th and 25th, 2021, in the upcoming months, in 2021 and in 2022, you had actually booked vacations for Mr. Warner, Ms. Warner, and their daughter Angelina, right?
Yes.
And you had booked, I think, 2 in 2021?
Yes.
And 4 in 2022.
Sounds about right.
And one of them was actually just for the two of them, Mr. and Mrs. Warner, to go away together alone, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And those were Ms. Warner initiating that with you, right?
Yes.
Mr. Warner wasn't asking you to book any vacations.
No.
You indicated about this you outside now argument that you witnessed, right?
Yes.
When was that? Do you recall?
Maybe within like the last 6 months of her disappearing.
So somewhere from maybe October, November 2020 through April 2021?
Correct.
They both were raising their voices at each other, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Warner did not physically touch Ms. Warner?
No.
Not when he asked her to come outside. He didn't touch her, bring her outside, anything like that, correct?
No.
And when the two of them were outside, and you were looking out the window, correct?
Yes.
And so no one touched the other, right?
Correct.
And you would, the lunchroom incident where you heard the two of them arguing, do you know when that was?
Again, same answer.
So
6
roughly
months, probably.
6 months before. When you would see the two of them verbally disagree, it was only verbal, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Warner would argue back with Mr. Warner, right? She wouldn't just sit there meekly and take somebody disagreeing with her.
Correct.
And with everything that you saw, you'd agree you never saw Mr. Warner get emotional, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that Mr. Warner would sometimes try to rub Ms. Warner's shoulders after an argument.
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Warner regularly rub Ms. Warner's shoulders or back throughout the course of your employment, right?
No.
Would you look at page 394 and 395? I believe it is the same binder that you have up there. So if you look at the bottom.
Well, yes, like after a fight, yes, but not like a normal.
So let me just, so you read that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were interviewed by the FBI, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that Mr. Warner would regularly rub Ms. Warner's shoulders or back, right?
Usually it was after a fight, though. I
Okay,
might have left
doesn't say
out.
that though, does it?
No, but that's what.
But,
I'm gonna
but
object. She didn't offer the FBI's report.
I didn't say she did author the FBI report. I didn't think she was an FBI agent, but I can ask her what is in the report.
All right. She can ask her what is in the report, so I will overrule the objection.
Thank you. So I want to just go back, right? So in this, it indicated, and you agree, that you would regularly see Mr. Warner rub Ms. Warner's shoulders or back, and he often did so in the office, correct?
Yes.
And there's nothing in here about it only being after an argument or anything like that, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
You agree? And there's nothing in there about her trying to shrug him off, anything like that, correct? You'd agree it doesn't say that?
In that statement, no.
Thank you. And that's what I'm asking about. And that statement, just so we're clear, was January 12th, 2022. Right?
Yes.
I have nothing additional. Thank you.
You indicated that, well, let me show you Exhibit 28. Is that the device that he showed you?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that there was some charge on a credit card, and that's kind of what kicked us off looking for this device. Is that
correct?
All right. Whose credit card was this?
Dale's.
Okay. You talked about Dee. It was common for Dee to talk about divorce throughout their marriage. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Was there a time that you noticed a difference in Dee, in her demeanor and attitude towards the marriage?
Most likely after the dresser incident.
I'm going to ask you to, what year are you talking about?
So
I don't want you to give me any details about anything else. I just want you to give me a time frame that you're talking about when this would have happened.
January, December or January.
Okay.
January of 2021.
Okay, so December of 2020 or January of 2021?
Correct.
Okay, you noticed the change in Dee?
Yeah. More progressively went down, yeah, from that point.
You testified on cross-examination that when Dale pulled Dee outside and they were arguing, that you went to the window to watch.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because of the history of how he was.
Okay. Do you recall what time you began texting Dee on April 24th, 2021?
Began?
Yes.
I think she texted me first, but it was around 11, I thought.
Okay, so earlier in the day.
Yeah.
And then your last message?
7
something, okay. All right.
Oh.
While you were working with Dee, within that 6 months before she went missing, did Dee bring you outside of the office to have a conversation with you? I don't want to know what she said, but did she bring you outside the office to have a conversation with you?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, hold on. Do you remember Dee showing you anything on her body?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you know when that was?
Like January or December, yes.
Okay. And what did you observe?
She showed me a goose egg on her head. So
Where was it at?
It was under her hair part.
All right. So did she have to pull her hair up to show you?
Correct.
And can you describe that? I know you said a goose egg, but just describe what you mean.
Just like a raised bump on her head, probably the size of maybe a little bigger than a quarter.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Vogel, who paid the Warner's credit cards? Was it you indicated?
Paid the Warner's credit card?
Sure. So you said that you saw a charge on Mr. Warner's credit card. Who would be responsible for paying the credit card bill? Was that you? Was that Mr. Bach?
That was Zach, yes. Mr.
So,
Bach.
okay, so he was responsible for paying invoices, paying bills, things like that?
Yes.
And so you
I
seemed
did
a little
some of it as
hesitant,
well.
but okay.
Well, I mean, I did some of it as well, so
Okay,
yes.
so he might be the primary person responsible, but you would pitch in. Is that accurate, or
Correct.
the two of you shared responsibilities?
Yeah, like, do you would leave bills on my desk to pay?
Things like credit card, car payment, things like that?
Yeah, I don't remember paying the credit card. I think that was always Zach. But I paid the bills, yes.
So if Mr. Bach was paying the credit card, how would you see the charge on it?
Because I reconciled it.
You reconciled it. So you would see, for instance, the credit card statement and then what the purchases were for?
Correct.
So is that essentially like a bookkeeping function to know what business to charge certain things to?
Yeah, she had me watch it because the drivers would charge things that they weren't supposed to, so I would have to raise a flag and let her know.
So Mr. Bach essentially would pay the bills in general, and I know you would, but then you would do the reconciling of the statements to see what items might be personal but put on by mistake, or what items might be business related.
Correct.
Great. No further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor. She can be excused.
No, not yet, ma'am. We've got a few questions here. If counsel could approach, we can. Okay, so a few questions that we have from the jurors. The first, Ms. Vogel, is did Dee ever text you from a different phone number?
No.
The second is, how is it determined the charge was for I think it says this device.
The name matched what was on the device, on the credit card.
Okay. And the last is, did Dee ever mention side effects from COVID?
No.
Okay. Any further questions, Ms. Wise, based on those three?
Yes, I just want to briefly touch on the COVID. Do you remember Dee getting COVID in
2021?
Yes.
When did she get COVID?
It was in April, the beginning of April.
Did you get a chance to observe how it affected her?
When she had it, yes.
All right, tell me about it.
She was lying in bed for like 2 weeks because she could barely breathe. She was all stuffed up.
Okay, did she come to the office at all?
No.
All right. Did you see her after she had COVID?
Yes.
And tell me about her personality after COVID.
She seemed fine.
Okay.
Back to normal.
Okay. You didn't feel like it changed her?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Okay, and may Ms. Vogel then be excused from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So you are free to leave, or if you'd like to stay in the courtroom, you're welcome to do that at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess to give people a chance to get up and move around a little bit, so we'll take maybe 5 or 10 minutes here. All right, I know, Ms. Chartier, you wanted to place your objection to the COVID question on the record that we discussed at the bench and that I overruled, so why don't we do that?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that the question called for hearsay on the part of Ms. Warner, therefore it would be inadmissible. Thank you.
All right, and my decision on that was to overrule that objection based on the fact that it was a question about whether or not she had mentioned it, not about any particular statement or assertion that she had made that could be capable of being proved true or false. Anything else we need to address at this point?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take about a 10-minute recess then.
action, the Honorable Michael O. Saber presiding. You may be seated.
All right, are we ready to bring the juries back?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
The people may call their next witness.
People call Kyle Wagner.
Sir Wagner, before you sit down, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and sit right there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you give us your full name and spell it for us?
Yes, Kyle Wagner, Kylewagner.
How did you know Dee Warner?
I provided IT services for her her businesses.
Okay. Did you know her before you were hired to work
I
for her?
did, yes.
About how long?
Probably about 5 years.
And did you know her well during those 5 years?
I knew of her. I've met her a handful of times.
Okay. And so can you tell us about when you were hired to do the IT work?
It probably would have been around 2014, 2015, probably around that time.
Okay. And did you continue through April of 2021?
I did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that contacted you to say, we need you to do IT services for us?
It was mainly Dee.
Okay. And throughout that time period up until April 24th, 2021, was she your primary contact?
She was, yes.
Okay. So you interacted with her in terms of what she needed for the businesses?
Correct.
And what were the businesses? Was it all three or just one or two?
There was a handful. There was Wareg Farm Services, there was GDW Investments, and DDW Transportation.
Okay. And they all had the one office there at the Munger property?
Correct.
Okay. And so you were doing IT for all three?
Correct.
And what did that involve? What components?
It was from a networking standpoint, so servers, wireless, maintaining their computers, as well as taking care of surveillance.
Okay. And again, was it Dee you were interacting with and deciding what components to add or change or update?
Correct.
And would you describe her as a tech-savvy person?
She was not.
Okay. Could she set up her own iPhone if she got a new phone?
No.
Okay. So let's turn to the surveillance. What did that consist of?
As far as like equipment,
Exactly.
so it'd be the cameras, and then there would also be the actual server itself, or also known as a network video recorder, and that was what actually recorded the footage.
And where was that piece located?
That was located in the office.
Okay. So the cameras would feed into a piece of machinery in the office?
Correct.
And that machinery in the office would actually contain the recording?
Correct.
Great. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been entered as People's 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with building number 1. Do you recognize that building?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you refer to that building as?
That was the old shop.
All right. And did you place any cameras in the old shop?
Yes, I did.
Where were they?
From the front, when you walked in on the inside, there was a camera right above the door, and then in the shop area, there was a 360 camera that was mounted on the ceiling, and then what I kind of refer to as maybe like the warehouse in the back, there was another 360 camera there, and then on the exterior of the building, where that circle is, there was an exterior camera, and that was facing the fuel tanks.
Okay. So let's take these one by one. There are at least 2 cameras directly overhead and up against the ceiling.
Correct.
And those 2 cameras are the 2 different parts of the old shop?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another camera on the wall inside the doors.
Correct.
Okay, great. And so those are the 3 cameras in inside the old shop?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And then you've got, looking at the arrows on the diagram, could you just explain what that is, what that represents?
That's the view of the camera.
Okay, of the external camera?
The external camera, correct.
Facing north off of the old shop?
Correct, looking at
great.
the fuel tanks.
All right, come on. All right, well, it's not wanting to. All right, let's go down to, can you see at the very bottom, there is building number 6. And
Yes.
again, okay. Do you know what that is?
That's the office.
All right, and you see there's a red represented there as well?
Yes.
What does that red represent?
That represents the camera that was interior to the office, looking at the reception desk in that area.
Okay, was there just the one camera in the office?
Correct.
And only captured the reception area?
Correct.
All right. And then just to the north, just to the west of the office, there's the building running north and south.
Yes.
What building is that?
Are you talking about number 5?
Correct.
That's the new shop.
All right. And again, there's a red area on that building. What does that represent?
That represents the interior camera.
Okay. Was it just the one interior camera in the new shop?
Yes.
And so part of the south part of the new shop is not colored red. Does that mean it's not on camera?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then what about, here we go. The circle there on building 5?
That's the exterior camera.
Okay. And the arrows coming out of the circle?
Represents the view.
Okay. On the east side of the office building, that circle there, can you tell us what that is?
That's the a camera that's mounted on the exterior of the building, and that was the primary view was the scale.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what the scale is?
The scale is kind of that rectangular. It's almost, you kind of see a faint red, and now they use that to weigh the trucks from the trucking company.
Okay, so it's that pinkish area running north and south, right next to what looks like a silo.
Correct.
Okay. And that was why that camera was put there, to monitor the scales?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so do you recognize this picture here?
Yes.
And what is that showing?
That's showing a camera that's mounted on the exterior of the new shop.
Okay, so there's like, there's two overhead doors and then a man door in between.
Yes.
Okay, and then right above the man door, there's a big white round thing. What, do you know what that is?
Yes, that's a wireless bridge.
Okay, and so where's the camera in relation to that?
To the right of it.
Okay. Okay, and this photo, this is on People's 32.
That's the inside of the office.
Okay, and I'm zooming in. Do you recognize that?
And that's the camera.
Okay. Okay, and here?
That's the camera that's looking at the scale.
Okay, so just to be clear here, there's a Golden Harvest banner of some kind.
Correct.
Do you see that? And then it looks like a window to the right and up from that.
Yes, there's a light, and then to the right of the light is the camera.
Okay. Just to the left of the pine tree.
Correct.
All right. And what kind of camera is that?
That was a 360 camera.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what that means? What a 360 camera?
It's also known as a fisheye camera. So you get a full 360 view from that camera, but within the camera itself, it's able to break the image out into different images, so you can kind of get like that panoramic view that we were looking to get for that area.
Okay.
So a very wide angle.
Sorry. All right. Let's go to People's 44. Do you recognize the view in that picture?
Yes, that's on the inside of the new shop.
Okay. And I know it's small, but in the very upper left, do you see it says new shop and then 4/25/2021?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the image itself, there's a date 3/18/2021. Can you explain the difference?
So the 3/18/2021, that's the timestamp that is coming from the camera itself, and obviously that time is incorrect. The time in the upper left-hand corner next to new shop, that is the correct time, and that's the time from the server.
Okay. And how does the server know the correct time?
It's able to reach out to the internet and grab the current time.
Okay. Same thing here with People's 39.
The 2/13/2021, that is interior to, or that's the time that's inside the camera, and in the upper left-hand corner, that's the timestamp from the server.
And that's the correct time, upper left.
And that's the correct time in the upper left.
All right, thank you. Now, you said that the server inside the office does the recording, correct?
Correct.
Does it record 24/7 all of the angles that we just referred to?
It records on motion. So if the server itself detected motion from a camera, it would record that particular footage.
Okay. And if it didn't detect motion?
Then it basically drops the footage. So the security camera itself is constantly sending a constant stream to the server, and the server makes the decision if it's going to keep that footage or not keep that footage based on motion.
Okay. And are there settings in terms of the motion, like how sensitive it is, that kind of thing?
Yes, you can set the sensitivity and basically to the server, to the software. As far as the sensitivity, the more sensitive that you set it to, it doesn't need as many pixels to change. If it's less sensitive, it's going to need more pixels to change.
Okay, so a picture being sent by the camera is comprised of pixels?
Correct.
Hundreds, thousands, millions, something like that?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then the computer on the other end is looking at changes between pixels, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
As time goes along?
Correct.
Okay. And so then you are able to set like how many pixels need to change before it starts recording?
It's basically it's essentially a percentage.
Okay.
But yes, you set the percentage, and then you can also set how many seconds you want to record before and after a motion event.
Why wouldn't you just record everything?
It just with the storage that was available on that particular server, we wouldn't have been able to have a long retention period, with the setup that they had at that time, and recording on motion basically only gave us 7 days worth of footage.
Okay, so if you didn't do that, you'd have a lot of nothing.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
You probably would only have maybe a day, if that.
So what kinds of things would trigger the motion?
Normally, it could be, if on the inside of a building, somebody walking past it. On the outside, it could be a car. Sometimes even, like with a scale camera, having that pine tree there and it being in the view, if the wind was blowing and the tree was moving, that would be enough to set off a motion event.
Okay. Does the change in pixels, that motion event, does it vary? You said it was a percentage, right? So it's like the percentage of the entire picture, right? Does that change? Could you have the same object that's close and sets it off, and that same object be a mile away and not set it off? Do you understand the question?
Yes, if the object was closer, the likelihood of it setting the motion event off is higher than that same object setting it off further in the distance, because if the object is closer, that's changing more of the pixels versus the object being far in the distance.
Okay. And have you personally seen any footage of things like dust?
No.
Okay. All right. So I want to go to Monday, 4/26. Did Dale contact you regarding the IT system?
Yes.
Okay. And how did he contact you? And again, I'm talking about April 26, 2021, the Monday after.
Yes.
Okay.
I received a phone call early in the morning. It probably was between 8 and 8:30. He requested that we meet. I was already going to be heading out that way to Hardy Farms, which I also provided IT services for them. And I said that I would be willing to meet at the office, which he indicated he didn't want to. So we ended up meeting outside of Hardy Farms.
Okay. And Hardy Farms being Greg and Shelley Hardy?
Correct.
Okay. And that's just a couple miles from the Munger farm?
Correct.
Okay. And what time of day did you meet Dale?
I would say it probably was around noon.
Okay. And what are the things that he wanted you to do?
He wanted the cameras put back on his phone, so the Milestone server allows you to be able to access it through the Milestone app that can be installed on your smartphone. And I needed to update some settings within his phone so that way he could be able to view the footage.
Okay, so the surveillance, that's what you're referring to as Milestone?
Correct.
And that's the company that provides all this?
That's the software, yeah.
Okay. And could you view the surveillance footage from the office?
Yes.
How so?
You could access it from the computer that was at the reception desk.
And would that be real time or just past events or both?
It would be both.
Okay. So you could go back however long was still on the server, you can go back days, whatever it is, and look at what happened yesterday or the day before, etc.
Correct.
And how far back could you go? What was that window?
It was about 7 days.
Okay. All right. And then tell us about the phone. You said that he wanted it updated on his phone.
He wanted to be able to access the cameras from his phone.
And is it the same thing? You could go back and look at things and look at real time?
Correct.
Okay. And why didn't he have it on his phone?
Probably about a month or two prior to disappearing. We upgraded to a different internet provider, and as a result of that, the public IP address changed, so that needed to be updated on his phone.
So, is an IP address like an electronic address?
It's a unique identifier that allows you to communicate to other computers out on the internet, and especially if you're publishing a service. So when I say publish a service, I mean allowing the ability to access the Milestone software from anywhere in the world, you have to have a public IP address. So then that way you can tell the app that's on a phone or another type of device how to get to the server to be able to access either the live or recorded footage.
Okay, but Dale was telling you he couldn't do that?
Correct.
And you looked and he had the wrong IP address?
Correct.
Okay. What else did he ask you to do when you met with him?
He wanted access to the camera server taken away from some of the other people that had it.
Okay. And so who was left with access to the server access?
I believe it was Parker Hardy and Zach Bach.
So they were removed or they were left?
Oh, they were removed, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
And so who was left with access at that point?
At that point, it just would have been Dale.
Just Dale. Would Dee have had access?
No.
Okay. And what about the computer system in the office? Was there anything done with that?
Passwords for the server was changed, and some passwords for QuickBooks was changed as well.
Okay. And did you give those passwords to anybody other than Dale?
No.
Okay. So, for example, Dee was a part owner of these businesses. Would she have been able to access any of that at that point after you changed them?
No.
Okay. Later that week, were you contacted by the sheriff regarding the surveillance footage?
Yes, I was.
All right. And what did you do in response to that?
I exported the surveillance footage that was on the server.
Okay. And again, you're saying it went back about a week. Is that about
It was
right?
about 7 days, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Okay. All right. Last thing I want to talk about, in the summer of like 2019 or 2020, did you have a conversation with Dale regarding Dee's phone?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
I received a phone call regarding that Dee was having some medical issues, maybe even some migraines, and was in the hospital.
And who was the phone call from?
It was from Dale.
Okay, continue.
And that she possibly could have been going under a medical procedure, and the request was made for me to clone Dee's phone.
Okay. Had Dee ever contacted you to say I'm going in for this procedure?
No.
Did she ever say, clone my phone in case, just so that my contacts and all my texts and things, anything like that?
No.
Okay. What does it mean to clone somebody's phone?
In the case for Dee, she had an iPhone. And so her whole entire phone was regularly backed up to iCloud. So that was contacts, photos, text messages, basically any information that was on her phone. And so cloning it basically meant restoring the iCloud backup, which essentially would make a replica of her phone. She wouldn't be able to the other phone wouldn't be able to make phone calls unless the service was transferred, but it would have historical text messages as well as any other information that was on her phone, including notes.
Okay. And so if you had done that and given it to Dale, he would have had access to what?
Whatever was on her phone.
Okay. Text messages?
Text messages, photos, notes.
Any phone call that she would have made, at least the number called or received?
Correct.
Anything that was on your phone?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do it?
I did not do it.
Why not?
Because I didn't have Dee's permission and I didn't feel it was right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wagner. My name is Mara Savinsky. I have some questions for you. You testified that you started working for the Warner Farm in around 2014 or 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had actually went to school with Parker Hardy.
I did, yes.
And you were working for Hardy Farms, I believe you mentioned?
Yes.
And that's how you got introduced to Miss Warner to start working for the Warner Farm?
Correct.
You worked for all three of the businesses that you named that were on the Munger property, correct?
Correct.
It was all one network?
Yes.
And you said you worked on pretty much anything IT related?
Correct.
It sounds like Miss Warner wasn't tech savvy.
Correct.
Mr. Warner wasn't tech savvy.
Yes.
You were the go-to.
I was, yes.
And despite working for all of the businesses, Miss Warner was the person that you primarily had contact with, right?
Correct.
You would call yourself friends with Miss Warner?
Yes.
When you installed cameras on the farm, this was company-wide.
Correct.
And there were some spots I think we saw in the government's exhibit that the cameras didn't pick up on the farm, correct?
Correct.
Miss Warner was the person who directed you where to place the cameras?
Correct.
Did she also tell you what sensitivity to have it at?
No.
Did you just leave it at the automatic setting that it came with?
I mean, I would adjust it to try to get it as accurate as possible.
Mr. Warner never had you put cameras up in any certain locations?
Correct.
And Miss Warner was the person who not only told you where to put the cameras, but what direction they should be pointed at?
Correct.
And I believe you said Miss Warner, Zachary Bach, and Parker Hardy, they all had access to the camera system?
Correct.
For the month prior to Miss Warner going missing, Mr. Warner did not have access to the camera system.
Correct.
And you testified that you met with Mr. Warner on April 26th, 2021, at the Hardy Farms.
Correct.
And Mr. Warner was agreeable to meet at Miss Warner's family's home/property.
Correct.
Mr. Warner wanted access to the camera systems.
Correct.
And these were camera systems that were paid for by all of the businesses.
Yes.
And they were the camera system that was located on the Munger property.
Correct.
On Sunday, April 25th, 2021, Mr. Warner would not have been able to get into the camera system on his phone. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. Correct.
And then you said he also wanted the passwords changed?
Yes.
And these were passwords for all of the businesses?
Correct.
And Mr. Warner is an owner of the businesses?
Correct.
He had the right to not only change the passwords, but determine who had access to them.
Correct.
During that conversation with Mr. Warner on April 26th, he actually thought Miss Warner had run off.
Correct.
And he expressed that he wanted his wife back.
Correct.
Moving on to the iPhone that you say Mr. Warner wanted cloned. When exactly was that?
I would say it probably was a year or two before she went missing.
So 2019, 2020, that range?
Yes.
You said that it was your understanding Miss Warner was in the hospital, or that's what you were told, and she was having potentially a procedure done.
Correct.
It was not a secret to Mr. Warner that you primarily had contact with Miss Warner.
Correct.
And he did not tell you at that point to keep it a secret from Miss Warner?
Correct.
He never told you, don't tell her I'm asking you to do this?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Just two quick things. Other than the time you just described, from the time you started working there, whenever it was 2014, 2015, did Dale ever, at any other times, ask you to put the camera system on his phone? Did he ever contact you about that other than the one you described?
There probably was one other incident, but it would have been when I was on site doing work for them.
Okay.
It could have been. It probably. I think the one incident that I remember was when I was in passing. He was passing through the office, and I was working on some other things, and he just asked to have it put on his phone.
Okay. And the other thing is, do you know the reason why the cameras were put in the places that they were?
Normally, it was usually because of some kind of an incident or a problem that might have been happening on the farm.
Problem related to what?
Maybe employees or usually it was related to problems with employees.
So the cameras were pointed at like valuable things?
Yes, that would be correct.
You talked about the fuel
Yes,
camera
yeah.
being one.
Correct.
Inside tools, that kind of thing?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, if counsel could approach, we do have one question from the jury. All right, counsel has reviewed the question, and it's my understanding there are no objections. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so the question is, how many total cameras installed outside and any facing south, any cameras facing south towards Munger Road?
I think there was 3 exterior cameras, and the scale camera would have been able to see a portion of that road. It probably, like in the slight view, you could see a little bit.
Mr. McCready or Ms. Vinsky, any follow-up questions?
No follow-up.
Okay, and can we excuse Mr. Wagner from his speech?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are free to go, and if you wish to remain in the courtroom, you can do that now.
Thank you.
Ms. Weiss, who would the people like to call as their next
So
witness?
people would call Brian Bush.
Okay, Mr. Bush, before you sit down, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you need to speak a little louder than that, please.
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and have a seat, and try to keep your voice up as much as possible so that everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
All right.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Brian Bush, BRIAN BUSH.
Sir, did you know both Dee and Dale Warner?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
Dale was my will be father-in-law.
Okay, and who are you married to?
At the time, I was married to Jenica.
Okay, and that would have been Dale's daughter?
Correct.
All right, and what period of time were you married to Dale's daughter?
We got married in 18 and divorced 20, so it's been like 3-4 years we were married.
Okay. Describe your relationship with Dee.
With Dee, at times it was rocky. Just depends on how she was. It could be good one day, and the next day, it just depended on the day, really.
Okay. How was your relationship with Dale?
Good. I always was with him and always working for him at the time.
All right. Did you consider him like a father figure to you?
Yes.
All right. When you say I was working for him at the time, right there on the Munger farm,
Yes.
what were you doing for him?
I was farm related. I was working on trucks or doing whatever that was needed on the farm.
All right. What period of time did you work on the farm?
I worked for them about 2 years. I don't know exact.
Okay. Would that have been when you and your ex-wife first got together, during the
Yes.
course of your marriage, or?
When we were married.
Okay. Would it have been closer to the 2018 timeframe?
Correct.
All right. And you said approximately 2 years you worked there?
Yes.
How often did you see Dee and Dale?
About every day.
Okay, is it both of them or just one of them?
I would see one or both, depending on the day.
Okay. I want to take you back to June of 2019. Do you recall Dale asking you to purchase a safe for him?
Yes.
All right, tell me about that.
There was some documentation that was in there in the safe that was upstairs that he thought was in there, so he wanted to replace the safe and get into it.
All right, I'm going to stop you and kind of take you slowly.
Yep.
How does Dale contact you about the safe?
I don't know exactly if it was a phone call or a text.
Okay, and what does he say to you?
Hey, there's a safe upstairs in Zach's room, or the old Zach's room,
Okay.
that was in the closet that he would like to get into.
All right, and did he indicate what he thought was in there?
He indicated that there might be some old bake records that was in there.
All right, and how were you supposed to help him get into the safe?
I was only supplying the safe. I wasn't helping him get into the safe.
Okay, so I'm going to show you Exhibit 23. When you say you were only supplying the safe, what does that mean?
So he asked me to purchase for him
Okay.
a replacement safe.
And did you do that?
I did.
Okay, and is this a screenshot of your Amazon cart?
Yes.
And so you purchased that on Amazon?
Yes.
Can you see the date on that?
Yes.
What is it?
June 11th of 2019.
Okay. And did that safe ship to your house or to the Warner's house, or where did that go?
Shipped to my house in Adrian.
All right, what'd you do with it when you got it?
I then took it to and gave it to Dale.
Okay. And did you talk to Dale about the safe after that?
I did not. I didn't ask him the contents or anything that he found.
Okay, so you had another conversation, though, about the safe after you gave him the one you purchased for him, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what was that conversation?
If it was identical to the one that I actually bought, if
Okay.
it was confirmed.
Okay, it was confirmed?
Yes.
All right. Did Dale tell you that he was able to get into Zach and Dee's safe?
I don't remember if
Okay.
it was confirmed or.
Okay. Do you remember if he tell you that he saw any of the contents of that safe?
I don't know what was found in that safe.
Okay. At some point in time, did Dale approach you about trail cams?
Yes.
All right. And when was that?
I don't know exact dates.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you think it would have been 2019, 2020? What year do you think?
I would say 2019, and that's me guessing.
Okay. Getting the discussion about trail cams, did it come up in relation to the safe that we just looked at?
Not to the safe, no.
Okay, and what was the conversation about the trail cams?
The trail cameras, the conversation was the anhydrous tanks, the inspection that they had coming up.
Okay, so that was the original plan with the trail cams?
Correct.
All right, so after they have this inspection with the anhydrous tanks, do you use the trail cams for something else?
I did not know.
Okay, did Dale have a conversation with you about using those trail cams for something else?
Yes.
All right, and what was that?
That was putting one in the house to see if people coming in and out of it.
Okay, and was that at all in relation to people accessing the safe, or no, not at all?
He wanted to see if there's anybody coming in with documentation and papers in their hands.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 25. Oh, I'm not going to show you Exhibit 25. May we approach? All right, we are going to show you Exhibit 25. Can you read that? Yes. I know I can't, so give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Can you read that?
I like the bottom wording.
Yes.
Okay. I can read that, yes.
Okay. What does that say?
Places for camera.
Okay, and there's a photograph attached to that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you know what area of the house that is?
That's in the living room.
Okay. Next page. All right. What about this one? Can you zoom that one in too? What does that one say?
Places for camera.
Okay, and where is that in the home?
I don't know where that one's at.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, next page. All right, let's zoom in. What does that one say?
Places for camera.
All right, and where's that located in the home?
That's in the kitchen dining area. The
Okay.
back bar area.
Okay. What was the purpose of sending you those text messages?
I believe that's where the camera location for seeing where the documentation, if it was coming in or out of the house.
Okay, so when Dale's saying places for cameras, is he asking for you to put them there, or is he asking for your input? I mean, why is he sending you these messages?
Objection, speculation.
If I'll rephrase it, why, if you know why he's sending you these messages, are you supposed to place them, or?
Okay, we don't have an adequate foundation even for that question at this point.
Okay. So, having a discussion with Dale about the trail cameras, and then you get this text message, okay?
Okay.
And are you communicating outside of these messages with Dale about these? The trail cameras and setting them up?
I would say if there's not a following text message, it was more than likely a phone call.
Okay, and what were you supposed to do with those trail cams?
I would say I didn't set those up.
Okay.
I just supplied it.
Okay. So do you know then why the defendant was sending you text messages? Do you know?
I
know, like, I would say that if,
the question is simply, do you know or do you not know? That you need to answer that question before you can say anything else.
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Okay, we need to know how he knows this.
How do you know?
The places for cameras.
Right. So, because of the text message?
Yes.
Okay, describe what you mean. How do you know why he's sending you this message?
Because that was the location that, if we could see where the door in the kitchen, that was the best place.
Okay. So again, is he asking you to do something, or?
I believe he's asking for my recommendation.
Okay. And do you end up doing anything with the trail cams?
No.
Do you end up ever giving them to the defendant?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
What is that?
The dining area, kitchen area.
Is that the same area that was in the text message for places for cameras in one of the photos?
Yes, the last photo.
All right. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 27. And do you see what am I looking at, actually?
You're looking at the living room to the kitchen dining area.
Okay. And to the right, it looks like there's a white couch, and then beyond the couch, what is that?
A sliding door.
Okay. And directly across from the sliding door, is that the last photograph we looked at?
Yes.
So if you were to put a camera up in that location, that's the door that it would be picking up?
Correct.
Is that, okay. did you set up the trail camera at all for the defendant? Did you have to set it up?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Dale about any of the photographs or anything that he found from the trail camera stuff?
No.
I want to talk about a GPS tracker for the Hummer.
Okay.
At some point in time, did Dale ask you to purchase a GPS tracker?
Yes.
All right. And when was that?
I don't know exact date.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 24. Did you purchase it on Amazon?
Yes.
All right. And do you see a date on there?
January 9th of 2020.
Is that the device that you purchased for the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Why did the defendant ask you to purchase this device? Did you have a conversation with him about purchasing it?
Yes.
All right. And did he tell you why he wanted it?
Yes, he wanted to track the Hummer.
Okay. Why?
There was a found Dee's Hummer at Meyer for about 3 to 4 hours just sitting there.
Okay.
And he wanted to know why it was sitting there, or like the activity of it.
Okay. Did the defendant say anything to you about tracking the Escalade during this conversation?
Yes.
What did he say?
That it did not need one due to OnStar.
Okay. Did the defendant raise any concerns with you about the Hummer being at Meyer for so long? Concerns on what he thought Dee might be doing?
Possibly having an affair.
So, did this device come to your home?
Yes.
And what did you do with it when you got it?
I then took it to Dale.
Okay, and did you do anything with it after that?
No, I did not.
Okay, did you yourself place that in the vehicle?
I did not.
Did you set up an account for it?
Yes, I did.
All right, how'd you do that?
I just followed the instructions on the box.
Okay, did you have to, do you remember what you had to do to create an account at all?
Yeah, I had to put my name and information in there and put a card on file.
You had to put a card on file. Okay, and where did you get the card from?
My personal card.
Okay, did Dale ever give you a card?
No.
Okay. Did you ever use that device in any of your vehicles?
I did not.
Okay. How often would you track that vehicle?
Whenever I was asked to.
How often would that be?
I don't know how many times a day.
Okay. Well, do you know how long it went on for?
I would say about 3 months, if I remember right. I'm not exact on that.
For approximately 3 months?
Yes.
Okay, and can you estimate for me how many times a week you thought that you were accessing that?
I would say estimated, I would say probably about 10 to 20.
10 to 20 times a week?
Oh, I would say probably about 50 times a week.
50 times a week, okay. And when would you access that device? Did you ever wake up one day and say, I wonder where Dee is?
I did not.
All right, so when were you accessing that device?
When I was asked where the location was.
Okay, and who would ask you that?
Dale.
At some point in time, did the defendant have a conversation with you about ending the use of that GPS device?
Yes.
All right, and tell me about that.
I got a phone call one day, and it was that someone found the GPS.
Dale called you and told you somebody found it?
Yes.
All right. When you handed that GPS unit to the defendant, did he ask you to not talk about it or to do anything specifically about that conversation?
Yes.
Okay, what did he say to you?
It was to stay between him and I.
And did he say why?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Do you recall when Dale approached you and told you to stop, that you guys had to stop using the GPS device?
I do not know exact date. No, I don't.
Okay. Did you speak with the defendant on April 25th, 2021?
I don't know exact dates. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you remember getting a phone call about Miss Warner being missing?
I did not receive a phone call.
Okay. Were you at the Cedar Point property?
I was.
All right. And did somebody come up there?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was either, if I remember right, either Raquel or Dustin, one of the two. I can't remember.
Okay. And what did you do after they left?
I called Dale and said, hey, what's going on? And I was talking to him, and he said that him and Dee got in an argument that night, and he didn't know what was going on.
Okay. Did he say what the argument was about?
I would say it was about money, and that was probably the biggest thing.
Okay. Did he tell you himself exactly what the argument was about?
He told me it was about money.
Okay. Did he mention affairs to you?
That he approached her if she was having an affair, yes.
Did you have any other conversations with Dale about Dee Warner after April 25th, 2021?
Honestly, I don't remember if I did or not.
All right. I believe you said you and your ex-wife divorced in 2022 or 2023. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Did you remain on friendly terms with her family?
Yes and no. Obviously, I moved away at that point, but the last interaction we had was when we had our son's birthday party at the point.
All right. After your divorce, how did your relationship change with the defendant, if at all?
Honestly, I didn't talk to him very much.
Did you still feel like he was a father figure to you?
It kind of gone away, to be honest with you.
All right. Was it, so when did that feeling begin?
When I moved away, when the divorce was happening.
I have nothing further.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bush. My name is Marissa Vinsky. I have some questions for you.
All right.
You talked a little bit about your relationship with Mr. Warner and Miss Warner. As it relates to work, when Miss Warner, or when Mr. Warner, excuse me, would tell you things to do, was it common for Miss Warner to override him?
Yes.
And you saw verbal arguments between Mr. Warner and Miss Warner?
Yes.
From what you saw, Mr. Warner hardly raised his voice at her.
Correct.
You testified that you were on the point, you said you didn't know the date, but would it make sense if it was April 25th, 2021?
Yes, because that's right around turkey season.
And you were up at the point hunting, or preparing to hunt for turkey season?
Correct.
When you had a conversation with Mr. Warner, you called him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you could hear from the background noise that Mr. Warner was actually in the sprayer when you talked to him.
Correct.
You could hear the monitor beeping.
Correct.
And there's a monitor in the sprayer.
Yes.
And that was a typical time that Mr. Warner would be spraying.
Correct.
You never saw the Hummer device, or the device, excuse me, that you ordered for Mr. Warner. You never saw it plugged into the Hummer.
Correct.
You didn't see it plugged into any vehicle.
Correct. I did not.
You don't even know what it looked like if it was just plugged in, like what the actual device would look like.
Yes, I would. Because I mean, I gave it to him, so I know what it looks like, but I don't know what it would be like underneath the dash or nothing like that.
Right. So you don't know if there's a light on it, if where it would be located, anything like that.
Correct.
And you testified that you would use the device to see where the Hummer was.
Correct.
At the preliminary examination, where you testified under oath on May 1st, 2024, you said that you probably would check the location of the Hummer once or twice a week. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, and it was probably, it was on average.
And while you would, look at the device for the Hummer location, you also actually used it to see mechanical issues with the Hummer, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk about the trail cameras. The trail camera that you gave to Mr. Warner, it was about 4 inches wide.
Correct.
And 7 inches tall.
Yes.
And this is a type of camera that you can either just set down on a surface.
Surface or mount it.
You can mount it with a strap.
Yes.
The camera that you gave, it would be hard to disguise it.
Yes, it would be.
Can you use your hands to show how big the camera is?
It was about this big, about this tall, and it had a tall antenna on it.
Okay, so you held your hands what you think would be 4 inches apart and 7 inches tall.
Correct.
And then you said there's a big antenna coming out from the top of the camera as well?
Correct.
In the camera that you gave to Mr. Warner, he actually gave it back to you, right?
Correct.
And this was before Miss Warner ever went missing?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. West.
You indicated that you would also use that GPS device to diagnose the Hummer.
Correct.
Okay, and when did you diagnose the Hummer?
It was if there was a fault code or anything on it.
Okay, and was there ever any fault code for the Hummer?
No.
Okay, and when there was no fault code for the Hummer, what'd you do with it?
I personally did not do anything with it.
other than continue to track it?
Correct.
Okay. And did you, the purpose of buying that device was what?
To track the Hummer.
And did the defendant tell you how or if Dee reacted to that device being in the Hummer?
After she found it?
Correct.
Yes, she
What?
was went off the handle. It was really mad,
Okay. And did you observe that or just from what he told you?
from what I was told.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
You spoke with the Michigan State Police on October 24th, 2023, correct?
I don't know if I did or not. Sorry.
I think you did a few times. Would looking at the report help you refresh your recollection about when you spoke?
Yes.
Ms. Saylor, will you show GWR02, page 231? The Michigan State Police report, October 24th.
Is this page only? Okay.
Start.
Okay.
You told the police that there was an issue with the Hummer that you used the device for, correct?
Oh, sorry. I was.
No, that's okay. Did that help refresh your recollection about the date that you talked to Michigan State Police?
This page right here.
It should be at the very bottom of page 231.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at the top.
And you told the police that there was an issue with the Hummer that you used the diagnostic device for, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Again, did that diagnostic tool give you an error code for anything on the Hummer?
It did not.
Thank you.
Okay, counsel could approach. Okay, Mr. Bush, we have a couple questions from the jurors. The first is, did Dale ever give you his own or business card to pay for a GPS device?
No, he did not.
How did it end up on invoice for company?
I was reimbursed via cash, so I don't know how an invoice would be submitted.
Okay. Would the purchase show Amazon on credit card statement?
It was on my personal account, so it'd be on my card statement, correct?
Okay. Anything further at this point, Ms. Wise?
Did you provide Dale with a receipt to get reimbursed, or how did you get reimbursed?
I just told him the amount it was.
Okay. Nothing further?
Ms. Vinsky, anything else?
No, nothing further.
Okay. Can we excuse Mr. Bush from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are free to go, or if you want to be in the courtroom, you can stay in the courtroom at this point. All right, at this point, it's 4:15. I don't know, I would assume you don't want to start with another witness at this point.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for the day. Tomorrow we will begin at 10:30 a.m. So I'll ask you to be here shortly before that. But before you leave, I will give you the publicity instruction one more time. So during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 10:30. All right, so we had an issue arise with respect to the exhibit of text messages that was shown to during Mr. Bush's testimony. I'm sorry, what number exhibit was that? 25, is that?
25.
Okay, so exhibit 25, we discussed that this morning. There was an indication that there would be an objection to one of the last text message. I believe it was back from Mr. Bush to Mr. Warner. That didn't ultimately get shown to the jury during his testimony. Is that still going to be an issue?
I think it might be only because it's part of the exhibit.
Correct, and if the jury wants to see the exhibit, they'll get that full exhibit, so that is still an issue.
All right, so you want them to have that exhibit with that text in it?
Correct.
We had objected on hearsay grounds. I understood the court made its ruling, but we just wanted to make sure that objection was on the record.
All right. Yes, the defense did object on hearsay grounds. I have overruled that objection because I don't believe that it meets the definition of hearsay. Hearsay requires an assertion, and I don't think that the text message from Mr. Bush to Mr. Warner contains an assertion, and particularly after hearing Mr. Bush's testimony about what that discussion was, the text from Mr. Bush to Mr. Warner said okay and delete. Again, I don't think that in the context of Mr. Bush's testimony that he was doing anything other than acknowledging that he had received those text messages, which would not be an assertion, and the word delete also is not an assertion. That would be in the nature of a command, which does not assert anything to be true or false. To the extent that the word okay could be considered an assertion, again, I don't think it is, but to the extent it could be considered an assertion of an expression of opinion or something like that as it relates to the text messages, I don't think that's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and so I would, for those reasons, overrule that hearsay objection and allow that exhibit to be shown to the jury. Is there anything else we need to address today before we adjourn?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Then we will resume at 10:30 tomorrow morning. I'll just remind everyone as they're coming into the courtroom tomorrow morning, we will be on the record handling other cases, so please respect that and our ability to make a record in silence so that we can not have that interference from people talking in the background. So I appreciate that. All right, we will be in recess.